Good evening, everyone, and welcome back. Today is August 4th. This is the 35th meeting of the 26th Council, and we will come to order. All councilors are going to be present this evening. Councilor Pena is just a little bit delayed. We're going to begin tonight with a moment of silence in English, followed by Spanish. Sorry, Pledge of Allegiance in English, followed by Spanish. I'll get it together by the end. Civic Plaza parking passes are provided for members of the public. You can obtain a parking pass from council staff at the table near the chamber's entrance. Members of the public, city staff, and the media have the ability to view this meeting in person and on live streams through 4 different platforms: GovTV on Comcast Channel 16, the GovTV website, YouTube, and Zoom webinar. The live streams can be accessed from most smartphones, tablets, or computers. Also, this meeting is closed captioned, and you may enable the closed captioning services on your television or device at this time. The video recording of this and all past council meetings will remain available for viewing at any time on the City Council's website. Council staff is available via telephone if members of the public need assistance finding the videos online. Please call 505-768-3100 for assistance during business hours Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. The council will take a break at approximately 7 p.m. this evening if needed. With regard to decorum in the chambers, we want tonight's proceedings to be as civil and respectful as possible. Please do not make any personal attacks, and please no applause or snapping or other outbursts during the meeting. No signs are allowed larger than an 8.5 by 11-inch sheet of paper. The meeting will go a lot smoother if we are all respectful of one another. To begin this evening, we are going to start with other business. We're going to move into executive session pursuant to NMSA 1015-1H7. Discussion subject to attorney-client privilege pertaining to Intergovernmental Conference Committee Complaint 01-2025 and relating litigation in Maritime Keller versus Albuquerque City Council. I move to executive session.
Second.
There's a second from Councilor Grout. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed?
Counselor, we have to take a roll call.
Oh, we have to on that one? Okay, Madam Clerk.
Counselor Baca?
Yes.
Counselor Champagne?
Yes.
Counselor Fablecorn?
Yes.
Counselor Grout?
Yes.
Counselor Lewis?
Yes.
Counselor Pena?
Yes.
Counselor Rogers?
Yes.
Counselor Sanchez?
Yes.
Counselor Bassan?
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you. We will be back when we are finished. Welcome back. In regards to the executive session, I affirm that matters discussed in the executive session were limited to those specified in the motion for closure. Other business, agenda item A, other business, executive session pursuant to NMSA 1015-1H7, discussion subject to attorney-client privilege pertaining to Intergovernmental Conference Committee Complaint 01-2025 and relating litigation in Mayor Tim Keller versus Albuquerque City Council. We went ahead and discussed the matters in executive session. Is there another motion that needs to be had? Or just the affirmation, Director? Thank you. We have no proclamations or presentations tonight. Moving on to the journal, I move approval of the June 16th journal.
Second.
There's a motion and a second from Vice President Pena. All those in favor of approving the journal, raise your hand and say yes. Yes. Anyone opposed? That passes unanimously. Communications and introductions, are there changes to the letter of introduction? Councillor Lewis? Councillor Lewis, do you want me to, or you got it?
Madam President, I move the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing R-176 on tonight's agenda for action. R-176 is approving the appointment of directors to the District Board of the Ventana Ranch Public Improvement District pursuant to the Public Improvement District Act, NMSA 1978, Sections 511(1) through 27, as amended and City Council Bill floor substitute R03-372, and repealing all actions inconsistent with this resolution. Move the rules be suspended.
There's a motion and a second from Vice President Pena on the rule suspension for R176. Counselors, all those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes unanimously. Counselor Baca?
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of placing R177 on tonight's agenda for action. R177 is appropriating funding to specific affordable housing projects in the City Council District 2 and directing the city administration to facilitate the determination that these projects are qualifying grantees.
There's a motion and a second from Vice President Pena. All those in favor of the rule suspension for R177, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes unanimously. Counselor Pena, Madam Vice President Pena.
Thank you, Madam President. I move to amend the letter of introduction to place 093 quasi-judicial item on the September 3rd council agenda instead of referring it to the Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee. 093 is an annexation of property, approximately 5 acres in the northerly and southerly portion of Tract 464, Unit 7 of the Atrisco Land Grant, located north of Sage Road Southwest between 82nd Street and Corral Drive, and amending the official zoning map to establish R1A zoning.
There's a motion and a second by Counselor Grout. Counselors, those in favor of amending the letter of intro for 093, raise your hand and say yes. Anyone opposed? That passes on a 7-2 vote. I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of introducing EC 461 and placing it on the August 18th council agenda for action. EC 461 is mayor's appointment of Miss Cheryl Lynn Saavedra to the Early Head Start Program Governance Advisory Committee. There's a second by Counselor Grout. All those in favor of the rule suspension for EC 461, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes unanimously. Any other changes to the letter of introduction? I move approval of the letter of introduction.
Second.
There's a second by Madam Vice President. Counselors, those in favor of approving the letter of intro, please raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes unanimously. We have no reports of committees, no deferrals. Well, counselors, any deferrals or withdrawals? No deferrals or withdrawals. Any changes to the consent agenda? Seeing none, I move approval of the consent agenda.
Second.
There's a second by Counselor Rogers. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes unanimously. Moving on to announcements, Counselor Grout.
Thank you, Madam President. There will be an Intergovernmental Legislative Relations Committee meeting on Wednesday, August 6th at 3 p.m. via Zoom video conference.
Counselor Champagne.
Thank you, Madam President. There will be a Finance and Government Operations Committee meeting on Monday, August 11th at 5 p.m. in the Vincent E. Griego Chambers, basement level of the Albuquerque Government Center. This will be a hybrid meeting.
And Counselor Feeble.
Madam President, there will be a Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee meeting on Wednesday, August 13th at 5 p.m. in the Vincent E. Griego Chambers, and it'll be a hybrid meeting.
Moving on to financial instruments, there are none, nor are there any appeals. We're going to move on to general public comments. Members of the public can provide live public comments to the council in person or virtually if they have signed up for public comment per the instructions published on our agenda and on the website on Friday. The public comment ground rules are that each participant is going to have 1 minute to present. Comments are going to be addressed to the councilors only through the council president. Any disruptive conduct will result in removal from the meeting. There is a 1 minute time limit and the bell will ring to indicate your time is up. Mr. Cornelius, will you please call the name of the first speaker? If you are the second speaker or the one on deck, please start making your way down to the front.
Thank you, Madam President. Our first speaker is Hilaria Pascual, followed by Let's Otfo. Let's Otfo, followed by Brick Jonassy.
Good evening, Mr. Otto.
Good evening, councilors, Madam President. I guess I'll save my short presentation as far as what I was able to have delivered to me in reference to the police in their rousting of people on a Saturday night still in the city. You blaring their sirens and their horns for minutes at a time when you can see obviously people leaving the establishments holding their ears. The cars are pointed at the food vending trucks where people are trying to get a meal before they go home. Because of the Wi-Fi capability in this room, I can't play 1 minute of a horn blasting on my cell phone. You folks were put on notice sometime in March about that. So it's not going to be too surprising to me, or it shouldn't be too surprising to you if there is legal action taken for that conduct. Aside from that, let's get these comments put on the GovTV so that people can speak out. Keep your government open. Thank you.
Brick Jonesy, followed by Fran Van Milligan.
Oh, welcome back from your summer vacation. It's time to get busy. Let's get this police reform done. Yeah, I mean, obviously there's a lot of issues going on in America. To me, I really don't care how much money you spend. That's me personally, as long as you're doing the job right. Unfortunately, police are not doing it right. You know, I believe a lot of this just really stems from the Terry stop. You know, if we can get rid of a lot of these policies, procedures, protocols, statutes, codes, ordinances that revolve around that case law, Terry versus Ohio, I feel like the citizens would be safer. It's the Terry stop. It's the pat down. It's the stop and frisk. It's been around for a long time, since '67, actually. And yeah, the people are starting to understand what that really means. That means that you don't have the right to be secure in your persons. It means you don't have the right to not be touched by someone. Even if they've got a badge, it doesn't qualify you to touch someone. That's the Terry stop. That's what stop and frisk means. Get rid of those policies, procedures, protocols, get rid of those statutes, codes, ordinances.
Fran Van Milligan, followed by Edward Fitzgerald.
Hi, I'm here tonight as a volunteer for both the Albuquerque City Animal Shelters and a volunteer with a rescue called Cross My Paws. I'm sincerely disturbed by the things that are happening there and the shortages that we have. We have shortages of employees, and we have heating and cooling issues that have gone on for 2 years. We have washers and dryers that don't work. They have problems with employees who were putting blankets with feces on them in washers that were purchased and then destroyed because they weren't properly cleaned before they were put in the washers and dryers. Major hygiene issues because of this. For 2 years, I was gathering blankets from St. Vincent de Paul and also Salvation Army in order to keep the animals warm in the wintertime. So there's a shortage in employees. The euthanasia is over the top. I don't think the public really
Thank you, ma'am.
realizes. Okay.
Thank you.
Edward Fitzgerald, followed by Teresa Garcia.
Good evening, councilors. I'm here to represent a group of neighbors on Jefferson, just north of Central. And we are really concerned about the public safety in the area. And a quirky bookstore across the street has allowed illegal camping of homeless and has created unsanitary conditions around the entire neighborhood. It attracts people in abandoned cars, sleeping in the area, using areas around my office as a restroom. And there's garbage, discarded drug paraphernalia, needles, vandalism, bathing in public areas with hose bibs, yelling, and at times violence.
Teresa Garcia, followed by Dr. Lisa Christofferson.
Good afternoon, dear Council President, Vice President, Council members, welcome back. My name is Teresa Garcia. I'm a daughter of an immigrant and a single mom raising 2 boys. I'm here in strong support of bringing back the Rent Act because public funds should serve the public good and not just private profit. You recently approved $227 million in tax breaks for a luxury developer, yet they're outsourcing jobs and not hiring local union labor. Meanwhile, immigrant and working class communities are being left behind. In Sawmill, families face rising rents and displacements. In District 3, where over 80% of residents are Latino immigrants, we still lack basic infrastructure, affordable housing, and small business support. Survivors of domestic violence are forced back to unsafe situations because rent is too high and or they're being evicted. And immigrant families are being targeted by ICE at their doorsteps. We need stronger protections. The Rent Act is a step forward in accountability for each other and developers. If developers get public money, they must deliver public benefits, affordable housing, renter protections, fair wages, and local jobs. Thank you.
Lisa Christofferson, followed by Annie Clark.
I'm sorry, hold on one second, Dr. Christofferson. Whatever beeping is happening over there, can you please make sure that it stops now? Thank you. Go ahead, thank you for your patience.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, President Bassan and City Councilors. Welcome back. Time is short, so I've abbreviated a few months' worth of accolades and concerns. Albuquerque Transportation Department is wonderful. I started riding the 766 Red Line on the weekends. I love it. I love it. I love it. Feel safe. National Guard, number 2, 1.5 million wasted tax dollars. Please know that is not forgotten. Keeps coming up. APD review of APD SOP on protests was good. Thank you, Councilor Rogers. We'll see in real time at protests if Medina is serious about not using law enforcement to agitate protesters and to cause problems that he later uses to justify violence from APD. So thank you, Councilor Grant, for arranging that meeting. ICE. Why is there no ordinance on the agenda tonight to protect Burquiños from max thugs? No. They're not showing legal badges. They're not having federal warrants. They're allowed to terrorize our city. We are not going to forget. We are demanding that this body, who has the authority to make laws and policies for Albuquerque, keep us safe. I fear federalized police more than I do those people on the bus.
So for the sake of decorum, please, there is no clapping or snapping so that we may hear from all of the speakers. If you are going to clap and snap and disrupt the meeting, then you will be asked to leave. Please continue.
My name is Annie Clark. I'm here to support the amendment to the HART ordinance. I go out to the encampments, the homeless encampments, constantly trying to help them take care of their dogs. They can't even take care of themselves, much less their dogs. They don't have food, water, and now they're breeding their animals so they can sell them for drugs, for favors, for money, whatever. Right now I have 3 puppies that I got from 3 different people, 3 different litters down in the International District. My friend has 9 puppies that she's gotten there. Brand new puppies. They will trade them at a day old. So they're really suffering out there. We need to amend the HART ordinance. In fact, can I have everyone stand up that's here to?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay.
Up next, we have Janet Sayers, followed by Jose B. Martinez Laredo.
Righty. Good evening, Madam President and members of the council. And I just wanted to say that when I started with city government in 1973, the library was its own standalone department, as were several other big departments. And around 1990 is when the library was first combined with a variety of other entities to become something else. And I just wanted to point out that there's a lot of different ways of the administration running its governance model. And different departments are standalone and others are big issues, are big programs are combined. Boy, that did not come out very well, so did not practice. And lastly, Route 66, and next year, I just wanted happily to report various history groups. We've put together 10 speakers at 10 different locations on the 4th Saturday of every month. It'll be free to learn about Route 66 history. Thank you very much.
Jose B. Martinez Laredo, followed by Haley Iglesias.
Good evening, Madam President and City Councilors. Today I want to address the critical issue concerning the enforcement of immigration laws by immigration and law enforcement, commonly known as ICE, as it implicates for civil rights violations. ICE is here and alive in our sanctuary city. We are appalled by your decision to support ICE and the National Guard in Albuquerque. ICE racially profiles all ethnic groups disproportionately. This raises questions about fairness and equality under the law. As of June 25th, nearly 72% of the people being detained by ICE have no criminal convictions. We need to remove masked agents and hidden badges from our streets, stop the inhumane approach of kidnappings in broad daylight. We need due process, which is guaranteed in our Constitution. Not having improper representation and being detained without fair hearing is causing fear in our communities and leading to reluctance to report crimes and seeking help from law enforcement. This is destroying public safety for everyone. Thank you, Madam President and councilors. Appreciate you.
Haley Iglesias, followed by Wobbles T. Wobbly.
Hello, I am a member of the Renters Revolution of Olay. I'm here to speak about the urgent need for the Rent Act and immigrant protection. This isn't just about individuals, it's about our communities. These two groups are far often overlooked and underprotected when in reality they're the backbone of our community. Renters across our city are facing sudden changes in rent, unsafe living conditions, and evictions without cause with very little legal protection. Why, if such a big percentage of our city are renters, do so many of us live in fear and silence because of retaliation by landlords? Safe housing is a human right and we deserve protection. Same for immigrants, they deserve protection. They work and dream and sacrifice just like anyone else, so why do they live in fear of being pulled out of their homes and jobs by ICE agents? In their jobs, they are often first to be hired, but for some reason last to be protected, and we have somehow made that okay. They deserve protection. These aren't strangers in our communities, they're the heart of it. No one should have to choose between buying groceries or paying rent. No one should live in fear in their own homes. No one should have to live and work in silence just to be safe and to survive. These are basic human rights. That leaves me with my final question for you to think about. If standing up for human rights isn't your responsibility as a leader, then whose is it? Thank you.
Wobbles T. Wobbly, followed by Alfredo Baron Chechia.
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen of the court. The subjects demand too much of your attention. So for our collective benefit, I'll attempt brevity. My name is Wobbles T. Wobbly. I wander your regional prefectures between the War Zone and Vecinos del Bosque, but I did not attend this forum tonight with any intention of whatsoever addressing any of you. I came for us. These gestures before us assume the cloak of our collective voice as their mantle of moral authority, parading before you a series of bureaucracies designed to obfuscate the seeping plague of military occupation. As ICE and the National Guard march on our communities and across communities across the nation, town halls around the country are asking the question, how should we react to authoritarian advances? Answer, militarize against migrants, unhoused and undesirables, obviously. How do we create community that is safe and healthy for children? Militarize against the youth, assuredly. How, oh Lord, do we stop addicts, addictions theft of the ones that we love? Militarize against the addict naturally. By this logic of crisis intervention and medieval leadership, if they do not mobilize local, state, and national surveillance apparatus, armed enforcement, tanks, personnel carrier vehicles, chemical weapons, and other implements of wars used against the civilians of the greater occupied territories of people.
Wobbly, your time is up.
People, if they do not mobilize the defendants of civilized society, against the sinister machinations of the Department of Homeland Security, the Heritage Foundation is naked authoritarianism oozing from every inch.
Go ahead, Mr. Cornelius.
This kangaroo court will be remembered as a chamber of hypocrites
Alfredo Berenechia, followed by Sarah Farrell.
Wait just one more minute, Mr. Baranchena.
Or face the judgment cast by the scales of freedom, justice, love, and revolution.
Good evening, Madam President,
Good
councilors.
evening.
I'm not sure I'll be as entertaining as the last gentleman, but I'm here to speak not on behalf, but in with a group of business owners and neighbors of Quirky Books at 120 Jefferson, just north of Central Avenue. We're hardworking small business owners, most of us. We deal with the fallout of Quirky Books on a daily basis. Unfortunately, we have a serious homeless problem. It's exacerbated by this property. We have feces, needles, paraphernalia. I smell what I assume is fentanyl on a daily basis. We're cleaning up after these folks on a daily basis. We've had to fortify our properties and businesses because of this. I'm hoping City Council will take some action, enable the police. APD has been very helpful, but I understand they're limited in what they can do. I also understand zone code enforcement is also limited in what they can do. We hope you'll enable them to please help correct this issue. Thank you.
Sarah Farrell, followed by Laura Freed.
Hello, City Councilors. Thank you for letting us speak. I'm also with the same group. We are next door to Quirky Bookstores. We are the Albuquerque School of Healing Arts. We're running a massage program. We have students from all over the state of New Mexico. We have students from out of state that come. We have a very successful program. We are struggling to continue running because of our neighbors. It is very difficult to clean up feces and needles on a daily basis. We call 311, we call 242 cops. They're doing the best they can, but we really need your help. And we don't feel heard, we don't feel seen. We are spending a lot of money fixing broken windows, having, coppers stolen. The parking lot is a drug den. We watch drug transactions happen all day. We watch them in the archway of the bookstore, doing drugs first thing in the morning. It's cars pulling up and people getting out and selling things and buying things, and we no longer feel safe. We would like your help. Thank you.
Laura Freed, followed by Adeo Herrick.
Hi, I'm co-owner with Sarah Farrell of Albuquerque School of Healing Arts. Thank you for hearing us tonight. I've prepared a statement. It's longer than 1 minute. I would like you to know that we are small business owners in this city. We are taxpayers. We're job creators. We have personally graduated 76 brand new massage therapists. We are frankly fed up. We hear that hands are tied. We hear that proper channels are being followed, and yet we see no movement towards remediation. City Hearing Officer Ripley Harwood has said that he finds that this to be an altruistic, optimistic endeavor by the owner of Quirky Bookstore, and I can assure you there's no altruism, there's no idealism, there's no optimism. This man is doing nothing to help these people rehabilitate and rejoin our communities. He is allowing illegal activity to take place on his property. It spills onto our property. We have to warn our students to not be in the parking lot where there are needles and feces and broken objects that get thrown over our fence line onto our property every single day.
Thank you, ma'am.
We need your help.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilor Lewis?
Thank you, Madam President. And I'm wondering if, because that's, several people have spoken tonight just regarding, some small business owners that have described a pretty dire place of business, and I wonder if the administration would want to comment on what do you say to someone like that? Small business owners that are just being absolutely overrun with needles and drugs and feces, access to their to their businesses. I hear this all over, and I hear desperate small business owners that, and again, they're very complimentary in regards to they feel like the police are doing all they can, or that we're doing all they can. but clearly we're not. And so I wonder if the administration would want to address, what would you say to, what are you saying to these business owners that are expressing that kind of just desperation right now?
Ms. Keefe?
Thank you, Council President. I just want to say.
Madam President?
Just quickly,
I mean,
before
is
she
it
starts.
illegal? I didn't really think it was a
There
legal.
is, and I just wanted to give the update
Okay.
on that before
Okay.
Dr. Stengel starts. The city did issue citations to the store. They were appealed through our hearing office, and the hearing officer issued a $1,500 fine. That has been appealed to the district court. Quirky Books has filed a motion asking for the New Mexico Court of Appeals to take up the issue, and there is a hearing on that on the 14th. But that's where we are in terms of the legal status. But that doesn't preclude the answer to your question.
Madam President, what, tell me again, what does it have to do with you're talking about specifically about the two instances
That where code enforcement issued citations to Quirky Books based on the illegal encampment on the property.
Okay, so I just want to get this straight. So the response that the administration, again, maybe Ms. Single, if you'd answer this, I mean, what is the response you're giving to small business owners like that are just flat out overrun and not even able to do business because of whether it be tent encampments or because they have, feces and needles and that in front of their business? I mean, broken windows. I mean, what are you saying to them?
Madam CAO.
Madam President, Councilor Lewis, specifically in this case related to the businesses near Quirky Books, we have been working on this with code enforcement, AFR, APD. Too close? Sorry, I'm used to having to, I apologize. Have all been working to ensure that we are responsive in the area and supporting those businesses, being responsive from solid waste as well in terms of cleaning up in the area. I think we are all facing generally the ongoing challenges of ensuring that we're providing responsive interactions, both from business owners and property owners in any area, as well as being fully responsive to individuals' civil rights in terms of being within our city limits and on our public city roads and sidewalks. We have multiple departments that are working in concert with each other to ensure that if there is illegal activity, we are ensuring that APD has an appropriate response and that is reported to them. We receive reports and complaints through 311, 911, 242 COPS, and all of those are noted and have everything from an interaction team that goes out to work with individuals to interact with them to support offer services, give them notice if they are breaking the law and are violating an ordinance. We give them notice and have a protocol to ensure that they are provided an appropriate amount of time to move as well as collect their items. We also have multiple teams out cleaning. We have, as I said, APD responding to reports of illegal activity. And I think it's important to note that we have multiple legal matters within our city that tie some of our hands in some cases. I'm happy to have our city attorney explain the limitations that McClendon currently has for related to arrests for misdemeanors, as well as the challenges we have ensuring that individuals that are unhoused have the right to use public property and be in public property. We see it as well, and we are very focused on being as responsive in the community as we possibly can across multiple departments and multiple teams to be both humane and uphold the law.
And Madam President, and finally, is there any amount of resources, legislation, policy, anything that this council can do to be able to help all those departments do their job? But are you in need of more money? Are you in need of a policy change or anything from this council that this council could do to help small business owners like that are overrun? What is the expectation that you would have? What could we do right now as a council, policy or resources? Do you need more money?
Madam President, Councilor Lewis, I think we all believe we need additional funds to do everything we need to do in the city. I think the reality is we're working with every partner that we can to garner funds to come towards the city and to support us. We think that this is a shared responsibility across many, many different agencies and organizations. You know, we know that there are real challenges related to addiction and mental health support services and the services being available. We have built out the gateway system. We believe it's an essential element to being able to ensure individuals have somewhere to move from the street to support services. And you all have provided support with Gateway West for the improvements that we've been making there to improve that location. I think we know that there are some policy changes that we could benefit from. We've included discussions, and I think Councillor Rogers has introduced legislation amendments to the Safe Outdoor Space ordinances and limitations, as well as I think we're open and eager to talk through some of the changes that could expedite our possibilities for housing, approaching how we award housing funds for the Affordable Housing Act. The reality is that we have a limited budget in the city. It's not an endless budget, as you all have many times told us, and we've all talked about the fact that we have limitations. We are prioritizing serving people, and as a result, that means that in some cases, there are some services that are less frequent. For example, you know, our frequency of mowing in the parks, for example, has been stretched so that because we have prioritized funding towards serving people.
And
Wait,
Madam President, just a
I'm sorry.
final comment.
Okay, and then we're gonna go, and then, yes, go ahead first,
Yep.
and then I have one thing to say.
Yeah, so just to comment on that, the administration, as a reminder, you all give us a budget, you start the budget. The council changed that budget a very fraction. But I believe that we have given you everything that you've asked for when it comes to finances for every department. And so it just cannot be a resource problem. And at some point, there has to be results. At some point, there has to be, we're making improvements, some real visible improvements. So I guess I would just say that, I mean, there's never a question of a budget or money or what's allocated to you all to be able to solve those challenges and deal with it and make it better. And that's primarily what this council does. And so if it is a funding issue, then again, it should start with the administration, come to us as a request. And again, the track record of this council is that we've given you everything you need and that you've requested. Thank you, Madam President.
Councilors, I know there's a couple others of you that want to speak on this matter, but out as a courtesy for general public comment and the fact that we are on general public comment for this, I would like to move on. And I will make sure to circle back with both of you at the end of the meeting on admin Q&A. Thank you for waiting patiently, Adele.
Madam President, point of personal privilege, please.
Same here.
No, I've made a decision to move on. If you'd like to make a motion to overrule the president, that would be fine.
I'd like to make a motion to overrule the president.
Second.
There's been a motion to overrule the president and a second by Councilor Rogers. Councilors, all those in favor of overruling the president's decision to move on to general public comment, raise your hand and say yes. All those opposed? Okay, that passes. So, Councilor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam President. This is just my district we're talking about, so I want to weigh in. I'm waiting to schedule meetings with all of the business owners, so thank you for showing up tonight. And I'm grateful that you showed up tonight. To answer Councilor Lewis's question, the thing that I'm hearing from my business owners that they need that hasn't been available in my district, that's only been available downtown, is resources for them to fix the windows, fix the money. It's only been available for downtown businesses. We only had 200,000 in the last round, and a lot of those did not go to District 6. I'd love, if we want to discount that, you can break it down by who got that money and what district, and we can see where that money went. So if this council would like to help me with those resources, even though they say they don't have, they got what they need, as the counselor for this district, we don't have what we need for my business owners to be able to get money to replace those things. And so I just have to say that there hasn't been resources for business owners specifically to apply to get help for this. The other thing that I'm hearing from our business owners is the lack of response when they do call 911 for help. I am working on getting the data and working with APD to figure that out. But to the public, even if you don't think they're going to come, please still call. Still call those things. And these are conversations that we're having with business owners all the time. I can't advocate if we don't call and say that this is what's happening. So I just have to say that to the public, and I'll keep it at that. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Madam President. So what I'm hearing, and I just wanted to ask the administration for some stats in reference to the area that's in question. This is happening up and down Central. From one side of Central all the way to from the east side to the west side. We have businesses whose doors are closed. We have businesses who have constantly called the police in reference to the issues that are going on. What these individuals came to council to ask for is for action. Are we making arrests for criminal trespass? Are we making arrests for drug trafficking in that area? Are we making arrests for drug dealing? Are we allowing urination and defecation? Are the police officers out there doing their job? How many arrests have been made in that area?
Madam CAO.
Madam President, Councilor Sanchez, I'm happy to provide you that information when we gather it. I'm sure that our area command has that data. I do not have it on me right now.
It would be nice to see any police officer in here to answer those questions throughout council, but I guess this administration doesn't require the police to be involved in city council anymore.
Seeing no further comments, Mr. Cornelius. If we move back to general public comment.
Thank you, Madam President. Adeo Herrick, followed by Tiffany Cunningham, excuse me.
Okay. Howdy, city councilors, President Bassan. I also want to say that it's very safe on the bus, and I enjoy it there. I think I've told y'all before. But I want to tell you a little story about when the bus wasn't so safe and when it gave me quite a fright. And when I was at Civic Plaza, we were out there trying to get you guys to listen that we don't want these ice goons here. And it was going good. But then I see a rapid ride pull up down T. Harris. Rapid rides don't go on T. Harris. I learned that was a secret police bus. And I also learned that apparently there's been agreements, and now we're going to hold to that agreement, that we're not going to bust the police around in the city buses, because it made my heart stop.
Tiffany Cunningham, followed by Dorothy Wilkinson.
Good evening. Thank you, council members, for your time this evening. No one should be afraid to go to work, school, church, legal immigration court proceedings, or the grocery store. We demand that all ICE agents identify themselves without a face mask and with proper credentials. We want the city to help empower our businesses by educating them on their rights and what a legitimate signed judicial warrant looks like before allowing entry. We'd also like you to please help designate safe private employee, client, and patient spaces. And we want freedom from intimidation of obstruction claims from ICE when we are exercising our constitutional rights or trying to help others express theirs. An attack on the immigrant workforce is an attack on all of us. The working people of Berkeley keep Berkeley running, not billionaires, not politicians, and definitely not ICE. We are done with local government catering to billionaires at the cost of the working people. We want our tax dollars spent on investments in our working people. We want investment in affordable housing, affordable health care. Please stop selling us out.
Dorothy Wilkinson, followed by Maria Cardenas.
Hi, my name is Dorothy Wilkinson. I am chair of the West Side Dems, and I stand to support Mayor Keller's executive order about ICE, and I urge the council to do the same. Thank you.
Maria Cardenas, followed by Tad Niemitzki.
Hi, my name is Maria Cardenas. I'm a nurse practitioner here in Albuquerque. I'm also a member with OPEN, a workers' rights organization here. And like a lot of other people have said tonight, I'm really appalled with how ICE is kidnapping and terrorizing our community on the streets, in their homes, in our workspaces. As a provider, we have patients that are fearful to go to their appointments, right? When are they gonna not wanna go to the ER because they're fearful of this? I'm here to ask that you create a policy to protect the workers, especially in the workplaces. I've also gone around town on Central and gone to some restaurants and asked for them to have clear signage. A lot of the owners are very receptive to this, and I think the city can create a policy that can urge them to basically protect their workers, to protect themselves. It can be training that can adopt policies that can protect their workers. We, and by we, I'm including us, I'm including you as our representatives, will not allow, all right, thank you.
Tad Niemitzki, followed by Ariel Prado, excuse me.
Thank you. My name is Tad Niemitzki. Well, that's when you move it to consent agenda by about 80% from the final. That is dictatorship. You are a liberal dictators, also violating Open Meeting Act. That's where we at with this liberal council right here. Now, that's already second cops plead guilty to bribe and fraud. Well, that will be a lot more lawyers coming up. Did I say council? Lawyers, too. So anyway, I don't have time.
Mr. Cornelius, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam President. Ariel Prado, followed by Anami Das.
Good evening, councilors, Madam President. My name is Ariel Prado. I want to voice my appreciation that Quirky Books is joining organizations in the city that are stepping up to provide shelter, food, and other forms of support for people who need it. If there are members of this council who cannot stand to see people struggling to survive on the street, it is not a pleasant thing. Please do invest your energies in supporting our working communities. You cannot punish your way out of homelessness, you cannot punish your way out of addiction, but you can be forward-thinking and help working families on the edge of crisis. You can invest in affordable housing and support tenants in Albuquerque. You can require workplace protections that help protect our communities from ICE's attempts to destabilize our communities and our families when they tear our families apart. Regarding public transportation, I just want to be on record that Albuquerque public transportation is wonderful. It is heavily used and provides a much needed service to residents of our city, including myself. And I'm here to join the many voices urging this council to invest in working families and not corporate tax breaks. Thank you.
Anami Das, followed by Litzy Martinez.
Hi, y'all. Madam President, councilors, if you want people off the streets and in the shelters and engaging with services, then there needs to be a policy preventing ICE from turning our shelters into their hunting grounds. A policy that requires every warrant is inspected to make sure it's signed and that they are not staying in the shelters in order to find other people to deport or kidnap is the actual word for it. The other thing, the AI policy is published on, or the draft of the AI policy is published on the clerk's documents page, and it says open for public comment. I don't know where to provide public comment. I don't know when that meeting's happening, and I think that's important to make available to the public. Thanks.
Litzy Martinez, followed by Barbara Weisoff on Zoom.
Good evening. My name is Litzy Martinez. I am resident of City Council District 7, and I am a member of Organized Power in Numbers. I am 25 years old and an immigrant worker in our city.
I'm sorry, I will let you start over in 1 minute, but if you may be seated now. If you're not going to sit down, you're gonna have to go out into the lobby and watch from out there. In order to maintain decorum, I will ask you one more time to be seated. If you will not be seated, you will need to exit and go out into the lobby to watch from out there.
Can I just read?
No, you may not continue yet. We'll go ahead and have,
Okay.
we'll need to call a recess then. We're gonna take a 15-minute we're gonna take a 30-minute recess, and then we will come back. All right, we're back from dinner break. I want to start by saying that in the council rules, section I-12, disturbing meetings, I'll read it. It shall be unlawful to disturb any meeting of the city council or any of its committees, or to behave in a disorderly manner at any such meeting. There will be no tolerance for disruptive public outbursts or disruptions that impede the orderly progress of the meeting. The presiding counselor will provide one warning to anyone who causes a disruption. Upon a second or continued disruption, the presiding counselor will ask that person to leave the meeting, and if necessary, will ask that security escort that person out of the meeting, or in the case of a virtual participant, that they be removed from the virtual interface. Such removal from the meeting will be effective for the remainder of that meeting. If continued disruptions occur, the presiding counselor may recess the meeting until order is restored, and if necessary, may clear the meeting of persons participating in the disturbance. For the sake of decorum, it's important that we follow the rules that we have set. If the rules are not obeyed, then you will get another warning. If after 2 other warnings, they are still not obeyed, then I will make a motion to adjourn the meeting. That being said, we were on Litzy Martinez. You may go ahead with your public comment.
Do I get 2 minutes since you guys took a break? Just asking.
Yeah, you can restart your 1 minute.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Litzy Martinez. I am a resident of City Council District 7, and I am a member of Organized Power in Numbers. I am 25 years old and an immigrant worker in our city. Like thousands of poor and working people in our city, I feel like we are under attack and our local government doesn't care about us. We are struggling with high rents to keep roof on top of our heads, working too damn hard for too damn little, and let me be clear, even union workers are facing huge threats and maybe even lose their better paying jobs. What makes us think that what is happening in federal government won't happen here? If Trump wakes up tomorrow and decides it's also ban public sectors unions, that would affect many of you here that are public employees. All of us are getting screwed. Many of us are getting hunted down by ICE, and you and our city council and mayor are too busy giving tax breaks and incentives to billionaires and developers like Jim Long instead of taking bold actions to protect us, the workers that make the city run every day. We all come from diverse backgrounds, but the one thing is that have common and we all.
Thank you.
We demand that,
Your
and we will
time
be
is up.
back. Burke.
Madam President and council members, equality means each individual or group of people is given the same resources or opportunities. Equity recognizes that each person has different circumstances. Equity allocates the exact resources and opportunities needed to reach equal outcomes. Why give a developer a $227 million tax abatement for a luxury development when Albuquerque does not have equitable plans and solutions for so many unhoused persons, and when poor working people in Albuquerque cannot find affordable housing? Why expect persons who are marginalized and discriminated against, and is discriminated against for their circumstances to feel safe asking for help from the APD when threatened by ICE and law enforcement? Masks off and proof of identity for ICE and state police must happen. Too many policymakers. Am I done?
Thank you. Your time is up. We'll next go to Nicole Finch, followed by Justin Rogers. Go ahead, Nicole.
Madam President, councilors, thank you for taking my comment. I'm a member of the Library Advisory Board. I want to tell you about last week when I took a trip up to Los Alamos. I was able to visit both the Los Alamos Public Library and the Santa Fe Public Library on the way home to Albuquerque. That's because the Los Alamos Library is open until 8 p.m. Monday through Thursday, and the Santa Fe Library is open till 8 p.m. Tuesday through Thursday. All Los Alamos libraries are also open on Sundays. In Albuquerque, only 2 or 3 of the 19 branches are open until 8 p.m. on any weekday, and only 5 branches have Sunday hours. Most branches close at 6 p.m. most days, and our libraries are stretched really thin, and the only way we can provide the same services that our neighbors do is to increase funding for staffing at the library. They do a great job. Let's fund them. Thank you.
Justin Rogers, followed by Janice Herrera.
Okay. President and Council, we are facing down fascism. If you don't believe me on that, consider that we have a villainized minority population, a secret police force, and a new concentration camp in Florida. Immigrants, documented or not, have been such positive to our community. They pay taxes, they don't always receive benefits, they commit crimes at a lower rate than natural-born citizens, and even if these things weren't true, they are human beings. Nowhere in the Bill of Rights does it say citizen. It declares things like no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. I am so fed up with the attacks on our immigrant siblings, which now move from the political to very real kidnappings of community members by an unmarked, unaccountable secret police force, ICE. Months ago, this council reaffirmed our commitment to being an immigrant-friendly city, and we need to stand up to that. Stop this American Gestapo from taking our people. The mayor's executive order is a good framework to start from, but it needs to be backed by policy and enforcement. Before that, Alex Ubaya has posted 11 things the city could be doing to help. I encourage you to consider all of them. Now is not the time to side with fascists. It is the time to stand against them with our communities. This is an emergency. Please act like it.
Thank you.
Janice Herrera, followed by Sarah Jane Allen.
Bienvenido de nuevo. Welcome back, Madam President Bassan and members of the council. My name is Janice Herrera, speaking as resident of District 2. In the future, please prioritize discussion and action around ICE and any taxpayer-funded masked bandit acting against the public interest. For now, despite being spread thin and cutting back on extracurriculars, I've still been active in the community. Shout out to St. Joseph's on the Rio Grande Women's Acts team who donated the food that I distributed last week. Shout out to Dave Simon for helping make a connection to get an event permit application approved for last month's first ever Beat the Heat Fiesta, sponsored by Healthy Climate New Mexico. At the event, 7 organizations combined forces to hand out popsicles, cold drinks, neck cooling towels, spray bottles, dog water dishes, and information about signs and symptoms of heat-related illness, as well as treatment by TACO, which is temperature-assisted cooling oscillation. I thank the many partners and individuals who are collaborating for our community, and I hope to see more future summer events focused on heat relief. Thank you.
Sarah Jane Allen.
Council President and members of the council, I come before you not just as a concerned citizen, but as a small business owner who has spent decades investing in this city and creating jobs. Crime is rising, homelessness is growing, and small business owners, people who took risks to build something here, are carrying more than their fair share of the burden. We're not just dealing with vandalism, break-ins, and safety concerns. We're trying to run businesses while cleaning up needles, chasing off trespassers, and calming scared employees and customers. It's heartbreaking to see human beings suffering on our sidewalks. But let's be clear, it's not compassionate to let people live in tents and doorways. We wouldn't let dogs run wild in our streets without shelter, food, or care. Why would we tolerate that of our fellow citizens? We need a serious coordinated plan to get people off the streets and into care, mental health services, drug treatment, and housing with accountability. We need support, visible policing, enforcement of existing laws, and real investment in infrastructure. Let's be bold enough to protect both compassion and accountability. We owe it to people on the streets and to the people still trying to build something here. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. That concludes general public comment.
Thank you. Councilors, we're going to move on to approvals. EC 426, request approval to add funds to the professional service agreement with Chicanos por la Cosa to operate Gateway Women's Housing Navigation Expansion. I move approval.
Second.
There's a second by Councilor Feeblecorn. Councilors, any questions or comments? And let me check. Oh, we do have public comment. So let's go ahead and go to public comment, please. Mr. Cornelius.
Thank you, Madam President. We have Dr. Lisa Christofferson, followed by James Freeman.
The U.S. is and never has been a place where Christianity was put over any other religion. There are many Bible verses related to migration, which has to do with unhousedness. These passages describe how the people of God are supposed to treat people who are not of their tribe or community. First Amendment's Establishment Clause prohibits the government from establishing one religion. Section 1 of 14th Amendment states all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and the state wherein they reside. New Mexico is a state in our 50-state union, so our unhoused or sheltered neighbors are human beings. See them as humans, not problems to incarcerate. I really like what Sarah just said. If we can have some sort of a balance on how we deal with those who need help and those who are committing, drug actions, those kind of things that are unsafe. So I only quote the Old Testament scripture as a frame of reference for expectations of behavior I have for myself and those elected to govern with us. Please, we emphasize these are human beings. Do all that we can to provide services. Thank you.
James Freeman.
Madam President, I don't have an opinion about this contract. All I have is facts and math. The local nonprofits are starving for funding, but this council and the administration constantly prioritize out-of-state organizations. This is another contract for an organization that will not be able to bill Medicaid for 5 to 10 years from now, and we're still prioritizing these companies. This is 100 beds for $3.6 million, 36,000 a bed. We know there are 596 housing vouchers y'all fund for $8 million. So this is 2.5 times what a housing voucher costs. You're willing to shelter people at 2.5 times the price of a housing voucher. Thank you.
Madam President, that concludes comment on EC 426. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilors, we're back on EC 426. Councilor Champagne?
Thank you, Madam President. I just have one question. During the reading of the analysis of this, it states that the agreement was dated on July 1st of 2025. However, extended operations cannot begin until the state confirms the funding for operations. So are we putting the cart before the horse on this?
Madam CAO?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, sorry, I'm going to try to do this right. We are requesting the authority to enter into the contract with the goal of continuing to work with the state of New Mexico and the governor's representatives related to the potential for funding. We are in continuing discussions. Our goal is to be in a position that we can continue to finalize this contract, and when and if the funding comes forward, we would be in a position to award that contract. So this is, we've often talked about in circumstances where we are coming for, how quickly do we have a contract in place and how quickly can we sign on the dotted line when the dollars are there. Our goal is to be in a position that we've done every piece of paperwork, every piece of negotiation on the contract. So the funding, when we have the funding available, we can enter into that contract.
Okay, Madam President, so we're going to go under a contract and be liable under this contract without the funding yet? Is that
Madam
correct?
President.
Or we're signing a contract, correct?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, you all are providing us with the authority to negotiate and enter into a contract. This is why we put into the EC that that the funding will be required to do so, to sign the final contract.
Okay, Madam President, then if the funding doesn't come, say if the state does not confirm the funding, what happens at that point then?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, we will be coming back with a different solution related to opening these beds for service.
So we'll continue with the contract, we just got to find the money for it, is that correct, Madam President?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, I think that we will come to you all with a solution, and that may be that if there is no funding in the city budget and the opportunity, then we would be looking for other partners within the community if that's what it took. But our intention is to pursue funding streams for this contract.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam President. I just have a question I've continued to ask. What is the operating budget for Gateway? These are the operations at Gateway, we call it Gateway East in my district. What is the operating budget for that?
Madam CAO.
Madam President, Councilor Rogers, I know that this seems like it would be an obvious quick answer to give. Each one of the operators has an individual contract based upon their scope. We also have costs associated with operating the facility overall because we have tenants in there as well. We could absolutely break down each of that, all of that for clarification. I don't want to give you a blanket answer because I think it will be inaccurate, and I want to give you an accurate answer. So we can break that down and provide you based upon the contracts and the scope of work associated, what each of those contracts are, and then the overall operating cost for the facility.
I think, Madam President, I think that would be very helpful. I think we've asked for that even during the budget season for us to know what is, and I think having it separated between tenants separated and our programs that we run in the gateway. And also participants. Because I think for me, I'm excited to see these contracts because I question why we were only doing 50 last round. This is to add funding to be able to get to the 100 for men and women or close to it. But I think to some of the public commenters' comments around the cost for each of those participants, that budget will help us break that down just to see what that looks like. And then, Madam President, just one question. Obviously, what you're asking us to do, and I think we've talked about this, is it appropriating through an EC versus a resolution. So I'd still like to see a resolution. Once we finalize the negotiations, there still should be a resolution to this body to appropriate that money out. So I just wanted to make sure that I'm understanding that correctly. If I could go to maybe Kevin Morrow or Lauren Keefe to just make sure we're all understanding that even though this is an EC, 024-18 says we should have a resolution to appropriate funding to, so I just want to make sure I'm understanding that correctly.
Mr. Morrow?
Certainly, Council President. Councilor Rogers, that is correct. Appropriations do need to come through and be codified with a funding resolution. Additionally, the proposed contracts do have an appropriations clause saying that the contract is subject to appropriation by the City Council.
Thank you, Madam President. So I think I think we like to be proactive and we want to be ready once we get the funding, but I still do want to remind us that we still need a resolution to this body to appropriate it properly. Thank you, Madam President.
Councilor Baca?
Thank you, Madam President. Can you hear me okay on this? So Councilor Rogers did ask a couple of my questions, so that helps. You know, I have a very hard time when I go visit some of these places, our gateways facilities. You know, I was at the West recently. I could see how the money was being spent. I could see how it was being put to use. I could see how it wasn't being used the way we asked it to be used, or not asked, but said. You know, thank you to Dr. Verplu for walking me through all of it. You know, I can see it 100%. This is just, they are doing a great job, and if you need funding for that, I can work towards that. When I look at this, and I keep thinking about all the other contracts we've put in, and for another 50 beds, 1.8 million for another 50 beds, I struggle to be supportive of that, especially when we argue about taking care of our other city employees, who we were only be able to get a 0.5% raise this year. I don't know what the vision for Gateway, the Gibson Health Hub is anymore, or what it ever was, to be honest. You know, having no idea what the programs are, how they work, or how they're going to help, or any of that, it's lost on me at this point. And so I echo Councilor Rogers. I'd like to see that. What is the vision? How are you going to actually fix things on the streets? Because when I walk outside tonight and I walk home, it is not going to be any better than it has been for the past year. So that's it. Thank you.
Councilor Grout?
Thank you, Madam President. They asked many of my questions. We appropriated 1.8 million for 50 men at a time already, correct?
Madam President, Councilor Grout, we've come forward for the original women's 50, which was a while ago.
Yes.
And then the first 50 beds for men. What's before you tonight in these two ECs is the expansion of the women's Housing and Treatment Navigation Center for an additional 50, and then for, the second one is for MINS for additional 42 beds.
Okay.
For the same program that we've been running for housing and treatment navigation.
Thank you. So yes. So the 1.8 million is to double the amount of women that can be in the center at one time. How long are those women in that facility before you bring in 100 more women?
Madam President, Councilor Grout, the goal for the program is a 90-day program of support. And I just recently saw a statistic that indicates that 88% of the women going through the program have been able to either access housing or treatment. And I can't tell you if it's but at least one or the other. And that is our primary goal. That is why we are also focused as well on increasing our relationships related to treatment in our community and availability of those services. In partnership with the county and the state legislator and the governor's staff. We are also working on increasing housing, obviously, because we have to have somewhere for folks to move through the program into housing. And our goal has been to increase that inventory as well, which is the key issue, is that you have to have somewhere to move to.
Thank you, Madam President. I have one more question. This appears to be an ongoing contract as well. And the $1.8 million from the state is one-time funding. So how does the administration intend on continuing this contract?
Madam President, Councilor Grout, we are working towards sharing and working with our partners, including all partners that are in this work, to discuss ongoing sustainability plans. So we are in a position where we have beds available, we have issued an RFP, and we have worked through with partners that are prepared to expand. Our goal is to put people in the beds that are becoming available, and we are committing to working on those sustainability plans for continuing operations, and doing that timely.
Thank you. And then one final question on this one. What is the ETA of when you think you're going to have $1.8 million for this contract?
Madam President, Councilor Grout, we are, I'm sorry, let me just say, Ms. Martinez is standing here because she had intended to answer the questions and I didn't see her, and I apologize to her because I'm continuing to answer, and I do want to encourage her to add anything that is important to be added. We are continuing in discussions right now with the governor's staff and working through those discussions. We do not have a exact time at this point for that, and we feel incredibly positive and hopeful that that will be very timely.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Madam Vice President?
Thank you, Madam President. So I just had a couple of questions. So is the contract that they're receiving, the 1.8, the only money? Are they getting any additional money? You know, I know they're an organization from out of state, so are they bringing resources in, or is it just pretty much the contract here is going to, they're going to be able to implement the services that they have?
Madam President and Councilor Pena, so they are not bringing in any individuals from out of state. They would be utilizing staff here. So their model is such that they employ individuals in the city in which they are operating.
Okay, thank you so much. Based on that, Madam President, I think I'd like to ask for a move for a deferral, only because I have some questions related to, you know, where they're renting for their administrative offices, and I just have some questions. So I'd like to request a deferral to better understand what they're doing.
I'll second. Madam Vice President, how long?
Till the next council meeting.
There's a motion for deferral to the next council meeting, seconded by Councilor Champagne and Sanchez. Any additional discussion? All those in...
Madam President, Councilor Pena, would you entertain a 1 month on it? They don't have a timeline of when this is going to happen.
Would that affect anything for a month? I mean, So, okay, I'll stick to, unless you have a different motion, anyone supports that, but I think I'll stick to the next council meeting. I just have some questions, you know I seen where they're renting, I just drove by there, I was a little thrown aback by it. So I'd like to, yeah, and if they're not using their own resources for that rental, I just have like, yeah.
Councilors, the motion is for a deferral to the next council meeting. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes. All those opposed?
I'd like to make a motion too.
Hang on 1 second. I'll come right back to you, Councilor. That passes on a 6-3 vote, I believe. Okay.
I'd like
Councilor Sanchez.
to make a motion on the 1 month that Councilor Champagne said, but can we do something with maybe another vote before that?
Mr. Morrow, if you can clarify the council rules, please.
Certainly. Councilor Brisson, Councilor Sanchez, given that the motion for the 2-week deferral has already passed, you would need a motion to reconsider. That a member from the prevailing side would then have to make that motion, and then you could then make the secondary motion to move for a deferral for 1 month.
Okay. Yes, any councilors from the prevailing side? I will say in 2 weeks, we could always make a motion to defer for another 2 weeks, equaling the 1 month that some are looking for.
I'm good with that.
So we have deferred EC 426. We're moving on to EC 427. Request approval to add funds to professional services agreement with Community Bridges to operate Gateway Men's Housing Navigation Expansion. I move approval.
Second.
There's a second by Councilor Feeblecorn. Councilor Champagne.
Make a motion to defer for 2 weeks.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. The discussion is going to be on deferral, but there were other questions before the motion to defer happened. For the sake of not wanting to get overridden another time, Councilor, would you mind?
I will withdraw the motion
I don't even think you need to do that. I just want to make sure it's okay with you.
Yes.
If we can discuss the bill.
Yes.
Councilor Grau.
Thank you, Madam President. Thanks, Counselor. I have just a couple of questions. How come just 42 additional beds for men for the same amount of money? And then follow-up question, this is the 1.8 million that we've already appropriated, correct, for men? And this is an additional 1.8 for men? So my question is, has the first contract been executed, and do we have 50 men in that facility? And if not, why not?
Madam President and Councilor Grout, the first 50 or 42, I believe, is what's available now, and that is part of the request to the state for funding for those operations.
I'm so confused. So this is just 1.8 million for the men,
I'm sorry, Madam President, Councilor Grout. So there was a request that has already gone through related to the 42 beds, and this is the additional for the expansion.
50 beds. So, okay, so have we opened for the 1.8 for the 42 beds?
Madam President, Councilor Grout, no, that is also part of the request from the state for the funding.
Okay, so we have 2 contracts. Actually, we're supposed to be voting on 3 contracts that we don't have money for yet. One for the men, or one for the women, and then 2 different ones for the men, correct?
Madam President, Councilor Grout, so you all have already voted on the original 42 beds,
okay,
which is not in operation yet because we are asking for that funding from the state.
Okay.
What's before you today is the expansion for both men's and women's of 50 beds each, and that also we are seeking state funding for.
And so one more question. Is that facility ready to open? We just need the money to open it.
Madam President and Councilor Grout, the facility for the 42 beds in men's is ready to go. We are just waiting on the funding.
Is the money, are the beds ready for the additional 50? Is that HART ready?
Madam President, Councilor Grout, no, the 50 expansion for women and the 50 for men's are anticipated to open, I believe, now in September.
Okay. But they'll be ready when these contracts are, okay. So we can move 92 men in there for 90 days and get them on to somewhere. Okay.
Madam President, Councilor Grout,
Okay,
yes,
very
that is
good.
our plan.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Champagne?
Okay, I'm totally lost, so you're gonna help me with this. Thank you. So we have a contract for 42 beds that we do not have open yet, and we don't have funding for.
So, Madam President and Councilor Champagne, yes. So we have already sought the contract for the original 42 beds from council before you all went on break.
When did that happen?
I believe, was it in July? In July.
June.
June, I'm sorry, in June.
Okay, so only a couple meetings ago. Okay. And so now we're back for the other 50 tasks to go into contract for another 50, waiting on money to go to 96 when we're not even at 42 yet.
Madam President and Councilor Champagne, yes, the plan would
Okay.
be, assuming the funding comes through, assuming that this body approves the agreements, approves the ability to enter into agreements, then we anticipate having those beds filled fairly quickly.
Okay, and just a point of a clarification on something that you responded to Councilor Grout. She asked if this is ready to go, so we've paid for these beds? And it's an empty building basically with beds waiting for people to come in? Because that, your answer made me think that there's 42 beds already bought, it's already set up, it's ready to go, because you said it is ready to go. So is that
Madam
true?
President, Councilor Champagne, what I meant is the facility itself is ready. We have received the certificate of occupancy. We are just waiting for the funding for the operator to be able to fill those beds.
So we have an empty building, so we're not ready to really go. We're ready to start the operation of filling it, correct?
Correct.
With materials and office and stuff like that, right? Beds and what have you, correct?
Well, the facility itself, Madam President, Councilor Champagne, the beds are there. We are just waiting the
The
funding.
beds are there?
The beds are there.
Who paid for the beds? If we haven't got any money yet.
The funding we are seeking now is solely for the operations, not for any capital investments. It's for operations.
So when it says the expansion would add 50 beds, we've already added 50 beds. We just can't pay for the operations of it. So we've bought all the material, we just can't work it.
So, Madam President, Councilor Champagne, the facility has the 42 beds, which we've paid for with capital. What we are waiting for is the funding to do operations. The 50 additional beds for men's and the 50 additional beds for women's are not complete. We anticipate.
That's for operation, not for physical equipment.
That is for capital. We anticipate that being done in September, and we are before this body to ask for the ability to enter into negotiations on the agreement for the operations. That is what we are seeking.
Perfect. Thank you for the clarification.
You're welcome.
I know that we have public comment. Councilors, any other questions or comments yet? Councilor Rogers?
Thank you, Madam President. So I'm looking at both contracts. We did this one, the first round was in May. Just for clarification, it was May. I'm looking in Legistar, just typed in the contractor's name and bam, there it is. So the beds that we've always been operating before this contract, we know we never opened the men's shelter this year for winter, correct?
Madam President, Councilor Rogers, are you talking about the navigation beds?
No, I was very vocal about the fact that we did not open the men's shelter at the Gateway at all. We normally have been housing 50 men at the Gateway, right, before these contracts. So my question is, we've already given you 1.8 million in this contract for 50 men, right? It's right here. It's already appropriated, $1.8 million for that. It's written right here for the same provider, right? Let me just make sure this is Community Bridges, right? Same provider. So you're saying that those beds we've already approved, 50 men, is not open yet from May till now?
So, Madam President, Councilor Rogers, a couple of things of clarification. I think when you were talking about the men's shelter, we actually did during winter have our medical sobering facility available, and we had over 80 people. So I just want to provide that clarity.
Thank you, Madam President. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the men's. So I'm clear on what we're talking about. So let's stick to that. The men's beds that we approved already in May, we're not operational yet. So Community Bridges is not housing any men right now at Gateway. Yes or no?
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, as I said before, no, because we are awaiting the funding for operations.
But what did the 1.8 that we approved in this contract go? Because the cover sheet didn't say we're waiting for the funding from the state for that one. It said we're appropriating the money, 1.8, for this contract. So I'm really confused because I'm looking at what we approved and what we said yes to and voted on this council, which means you should have executed the contract because it says here when the contract would be executed, has the date, September 29th is the starting of this contract. And so my question is, why are we coming back for another 1.8? Because I'm reading this that we're adding another 1.8 so that we can get to the 100 or 92 beds, whatever you have written in here. That's what we're doing, right? Okay, so then when you answer our question saying we're here for the operating budget, the same amount, that's why I think we're confused. Because we've already done that first 50.
We're tag teaming you.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, Councilor Rogers, I think, so my answer to that was, I believe Councilor Grout had asked something about the operations, the 42 beds, why wasn't it open? So we are, as I said, waiting for the funding on that from the state. So, and Charlie, Dr. Varplu can speak to this a bit more, but we had been here before asking for the agreement to have the ability to go out for contract on the original 42 beds because that space would be ready sooner. We knew that the expansion space for men's and women's would not be open until September. So that's why we are before you now for those two separate agreements.
Thank you, Madam President. I don't think that that helped, but I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Madam President.
Dr.
Madam President, if I could also add there, and Councilor Rogers, your ask about the 42 beds, when we came to you in May, the request was for the appropriation of that funding. That funding was pending state approval, pending state provided funding for that. You guys didn't give us the money, it was just appropriating the allowance for us to go into contract.
Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. I think that's my point of why we need to stick to the resolution, that's the ordinance that says you have to bring these things to us in a resolution, not an EC, so that we can clearly understand what we are appropriating for what and when. I think when we do this through ECs, it doesn't help me be able to track all of that stuff. Our ordinance says you should be sending appropriations to us through a resolution, not an executive communication, so that we have the ability to just track. Because that's, for me, is what's hard, is like, look, I want Gateway to be successful. I need Gateway to be successful for my district. I need people to be able to walk up to that place and get headed home, okay? Like to a home. And that, I think that's why I'm just I want us to be successful. It's just hard to extrapolate what's happening when I feel like we've already appropriated 1.8. I'm looking at the cover sheet. Like all of our contracts say pending approval, right? Mostly there's a boilerplate in our contract that says that, depending on the appropriations, and that's in every contract that we have, right? For all of our contracts, it's a boilerplate legal language. But I just want to be able to understand what's happening, and it's hard to do that this way. So thank you, Madam President.
Madam CAO.
Madam President and Councilor Rogers, fully respect your request. I think I want to be really clear in terms of kind of how we're doing this. We have had multiple discussions with this council around how quickly we bring forward our ability to have the authority to enter into contracts. That authority to work on a contract is typically aligned with funding that might have already been appropriated. And as you know, we included in our grants omnibus bill that we put before you all the goal of, a line to provide the authority for us to accept funding from the state up to $80 million. Recognize it was absolutely your authority to strike that from that bill. If it had been in, we would have had that appropriating authority, and we don't today. So our goal is to have the authority to negotiate and be able to enter into a contract. We would not enter into a contract without the funds appropriated for that contract, and so we will be back to do that. And it isn't meant to be like sleight of hand in any way. It's to keep every one of our buses moving and put us in a position to be able to move every ball down forward and ensure that we're doing this work. So respect your request, understand the request for it to be clear. We will always try to communicate that. We attempted to do that in these cover memos, being clear in the fiscal impact forms that we have to seek the funding and work through that agreement to do so, and have that appropriated. So please hope that we just are trying to get to a place that we're moving the contract negotiation forward, and we have authority to enter into a contract pending funding.
Councilor Rogers. Thank you, Madam President, and I appreciate that. I think that's why I was so vocal last time you brought these contracts to us. Give it to us for 100 people. Then we wouldn't have this problem now, right? Because this is not efficient. To your point, you have to wait. Now we defer it, and it's more waiting when it's not efficient. If you would have just come to us on the last round and said, look, we don't have all the funding for 100 right now, but we want to be nimble, we want to be ready, give us the approval to negotiate contracts for 100 people, I would have understood that, right, and said, great, that's great. I think just piecemealing like this, I understand what you're saying. And I also think that if we were better partners in collaborating, right, because let's be real public, this is capital dollars coming from our state legislature for housing. We had $40 million potentially, right, earmarked for Albuquerque, right, potentially. This is part of that money for housing that was fought for in the legislature for gateway operations, right? So I think that's for me why we also want to be clear about what we're doing and understand where this money is coming from. I thought we couldn't use capital money for operations. I thought that was just for brick and mortar buildings and such, right? So now we're saying we can use capital dollars for operations. I don't think we can. So that I think that's why it would just help to be on the same page talking about what the plan is ahead of time so that we can help you steer. That's my heart anyway. Thank you, Madam President.
Councilor Grout.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to have a little discussion about where we are with the state and getting that money. The process, when do you seriously think it's going to happen? I think, I've learned how government works. It's very slow, but we don't need slow now. So where are we?
Madam President and Councilor Grout, we are in constant discussions with the state about this funding. And so I am hopeful that we will be at a place soon where we will be able to say that we have the funding before us.
Follow-up, thank you. Are you thinking a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks? Because let's see, we're in August now.
Madam President, Councilor Grout, I wish I could say definitively a week, 2 weeks, 3. Mm-hmm. My hope is that, yes, we will have it very soon, which is why and I appreciate what Councilor Rogers is saying about it's hard to track. I recognize everybody's having challenges with that, but really, as CAO Single said, we are trying to anticipate and be ready so that when the state does provide the funding, we can move quickly to get operations up. And we're not on the back end trying to do the contracting and other things.
I understand. It's just a lot of money to be saying, yeah, sure, let's do it, but we don't even have the money. And so I understand the pickle that we're in, but I also know it's important that we are wise with what we're doing and so forth. So all these answers are important. Thank you.
Councilor Baca.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm just going to echo Councilor Rogers. the city's, this is a team. It's a team effort. We should work together. We should have a shared vision. That way we can both work together. It's very difficult to work as a team when one hand doesn't know what the other hand's doing. Earlier this year, Director Martinez directly called me and wouldn't let me go to the West Side Shelter, or at least try to stop me from going to the West Side Shelter. And when I did finally get out there, I understood what was happening. I'm like, okay, I can totally buy into this. And when it comes to the Gibson Health Hub, I don't see what's happening over there. I've seen like maybe 2 or 3 unhoused people when I have visited there at max. And yet we continue to have money thrown there. To Mr. Friedman's point, is this the most efficient way to use HB2 money? We sent a joint resolution from the city and the county to the legislature for housing projects, and now $4 million is going to be used for operations for 1 year. Is that the most, 20 million? Is that the most efficient way to house people in Albuquerque? I struggle to see that as the most efficient way. And also, I say that not knowing what's happening, because we're not talking in the way that we should. I don't know what the full plan is. I don't know how you're doing everything. You just show up with, this is the contract we want to work on. We gave you 1.8 for 42 beds. Those are open or not. And now we're prepping for the next 100 beds. And we need you to sign off on it now. Like that is not a team working together to solve an issue that is getting worse in Albuquerque. So thank you.
That being said, we're going to go to public comment.
Thank you, Madam President. We have James Freeman, followed by Janice Herrera on Zoom.
Madam President, thank you. I just want to mention again, this is Community Bridges. It's based in Mesa, Arizona. They actually have no facilities here. The last contract, CPLC, they actually do have administrative buildings on Mountain Road. I've actually been there. So, but this agency actually has no footprint in our city. I'll just mention again, so this is 92, this is going to have 92 beds, 3.6 million. Now we're at $39,130 per bed. Now we're at 3 times the price of a housing voucher. The last one was 2.5, this one's 3 times. I pulled $4 million out of the housing voucher pool. It was at 12, then it went down to 8 million. You serve 596 people with those vouchers. That's 300 vouchers when you pull that 4 million out that didn't get housed. And we're going to keep spending this money at the gateway. I'll just say your point. Is this the most efficient way? Is this the most productive way to use that money? And I would agree. This should not be what that housing money, that 40 million from the state was used for. Thank you.
Janice Herrera.
Hi there. Just to concur with Councilor Baca, a couple of months ago, despite being discouraged from visiting, I also was able to go to Gateway West. A colleague from the Health Equity Council and I delivered donated hygiene supplies, and staff from Chicanos por la Casa actually gave us a tour. I was pleased to see the improvement in infrastructure and hygiene condition from when I had last visited December of last year. Be that as it is, comparing the budget that I'm looking at for Community Bridges Incorporated, they're calling for $2.2 million of personnel out of a total $3.6 million budget. That leaves only 107,000 out of what they're asking for. That leaves approximately 1.4 million out of what they're asking for operations, which to me seems like not a lot. And then in addition, there's 10 positions listed where the employee is working 10% or less of full-time employee. That's $107,000 for executive roles. That seems really excessive to me. Thank you.
Madam President, that concludes comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilors, the motion is for a 2-week or a deferral for 2 weeks to the next council meeting. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
All those opposed? That passes, I think, on a 6-3 or 7-2? 7-2? Okay. That passes on a 7-2. We're going to move on to final actions. Councilor Feeblecorn, 084.
Thank you, Madam President. 084 is amending sections 9244 and 9237 of the HART ordinance relating to the sale or gifting of animals on public property. I move it do pass.
There's a motion and a second by Counselor Grout. Counselor Feeblecorn, how would you like to proceed with public comment?
Madam President, if we can do the amendments first, so folks know what is amended, that would be helpful, I think.
Sounds good. Do you want to
All
move
right.
your amendment number 1?
Thank you. I'm going to move floor amendment number 1, which is going on the screen, is beginning on page 2, line 16, amend section 9244A3 as follows. And we're adding the sentence at the back of this line that says, however, no animal shall be released prior to being altered and microchipped. I'll move that.
There's a second from Counselor Grout.
Thank you. So this is just clarifying, it is elsewhere in the HART ordinance that we do not release animals that are not spayed, neutered, and microchipped. But somebody did reach out, several people reached out and said they didn't see it in this particular bill, so we just wanted to add it in here as well.
Counselors, any questions or comments on amendment number 1? That being said, Counselor Feeblecorn to close.
Urge your support.
Counselors, the motion is for a due pass of amendment number 1 to 084. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
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 All those opposed? That passes unanimously. Counselor Feeblecorn?
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to move a floor amendment number 2, which is also going up on the screen, beginning on page 2, line 25, amend section 9237H8 as follows. And we are adding a sentence at the end of that section that says, any animal seized or impounded pursuant to section 9244A of this article shall not be eligible for an intact permit. I'll move that amendment.
There's a motion and a second by Counselor Grout.
Thank you, Madam President. So this is really just to clarify, we found that there was a little bit of a loophole here. We did not specifically say that if an animal is impounded, that their guardian can come and ask for an intact permit after they've been impounded, and we want to make sure that that is not a loophole that is available. So this is just clarifying that any animal who is being put up for sale in public is going to come in and going to be spay-neutered. They are no longer eligible for that intact permit.
Counselors, any questions or comments on amendment number 2? Seeing none.
Urge your support.
The motion is for a due pass of amendment number 2 to 084. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
All those opposed? No. That passes on an 8-1 vote. Counselor Feeblecorn, amendment number 3.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to move floor amendment number 3, beginning on page 2, line 16. Amend the first sentence of section 9244A3 as follows. And it will now say, if the owner fails to reclaim the animal within 10 days, the animal shall become the property of the Animal Welfare Department. I'll move that amendment.
There's a motion and a second by Counselor Grout.
Thank you. Madam President, again, this was a request from the Animal Welfare Department. There might be cases when an animal is brought in who maybe is sick or has behavioral problems that they're not available to be put up for adoption immediately. And so we wanted to make sure that we're just transferring the ownership to Animal Welfare, and then the staff, the experts at the shelter can determine when and if that animal is ready to be put up for adoption.
Counselors, any questions or comments to amendment number 3? Counselor Feeblecorn?
Urge your support.
All those in favor of amendment number 3 to 084, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
All those opposed? That passes on a 9-0 vote. Counselor Feeblecorn, we're back on the bill. Shall we go to public comment?
Yes, Madam President, thank you.
Mr. Cornelius?
Thank you, Madam President. Our first speaker is Laura Cunningham, followed by Gina Levi.
Madam President and City Council, with respect, I ask you to consider the following. Could we support Albuquerque animal welfare by making a 2-year professional services agreement between the City of Albuquerque and private mobile spay-neuter clinics? Park them at our unhoused communities and bring them maybe just 1 day a week or 1 week a month, but it needs to be mobile and go to the people in this specific community. Number 2, can we examine the fact that we do have unhoused people adopting from our city shelters? We already know they're going to break the HART ordinance because they can't provide shelter. Most likely funding for proper food and medical care isn't going to happen either. Why do we allow them to adopt? We're setting everyone up for a failure. Could we possibly require all adopters of animals to show proof of address? Number 3, target backyard breeding. The biggest problem of our pet population. Damn it. Thank you.
Gina Levi, followed by Fran Van Milligan.
Hello, thank you. I'm Gina Levi. I am here as a voice for the voiceless, the unsheltered dogs on First Street, suffering in plain sight every single day. The HART ordinance mandates that all dogs and cats over 6 months of age be spayed or neutered unless the owners hold an intact permit or breeder's license permit. But this ordinance is not being enforced. As a result, intact animals are being bred again and again. The puppies are used as street currency, trade, sold, or often exchanged for drugs. These dogs are tethered to carts, fences, poles, anything they can tie them to, left without food, water, or shelter. Female dogs in heat are relentlessly raped and roaming intact males. Tethered animals unable to escape aggressive dogs or people. Many suffer injuries, infections, or exposure to extreme weather. This is an expanding crisis. Come down to First Street, go to the war zone. City leaders, we look to you to defend the defenseless.
Fran Van Milligan, followed by Adeo Herrick. Adeo Herrick, followed by Tad Nubinski.
Good evening, City Councilors. I've been down to First Street. I have not seen dogs treated that way. I'm sympathetic to our animals, and I think a little bit about the forced neutering and spaying of animals. I think that we need to focus on, getting the animals microchipped first, and that's something I'm working on. I like the idea for the clinic. I hope we can take care of the animals.
Tad Nubinski, followed by Ayusti Reamer Thamert.
Thank you. My name is Ted Niemiecki. Here is legislation. I can name almost every one of you. One was moved to consent agenda. No one can comment. That is violation. That is dictatorship. Who does it? Well, that is also you violating every rule on every meeting on charter. We will go to the district court sooner than later. Clerk Shapina too moved to consent, hiding. That is ridiculous. Thank you.
Ayusti Reamer Thamert, followed by Lisa Shima on Zoom.
Hi there. Wanting to speak and recognize that because of the HART ordinance as it currently stands, unsheltered folks are not able to be here because they can't tether their animal for more than an hour to wait for this point. And also the fact that because of the restrictions around hours at the shelters, folks who have an animal there are not able to come and speak to the fact that their animals are being taken. So I would urge you all to think about what are the ways that we can actually make the voice of the people whose animals are being targeted present in this room, the ways that we're caring for them. I know an unsheltered person with a service dog for their seizure disorder. I know people who have their animals for their own protection when they're sleeping. And at resource fairs, people come that I've been part of for 5 years. They come and they ask for the resources for their dog before they do even for themselves. So the answer we've heard already spoken to today is housing vouchers, is resources, mental health, harm reduction supplies, ways that people can meet long-term needs rather than being pushed out, incarcerated, and so forth. Thank you.
Lisa Shima on Zoom. You are muted. Oh, there you go. We can hear you now.
Sorry,
Please.
thank you. My name is Lisa Shima, and I'm a volunteer with New Mexico Boston Terrier Rescue. And I am here to speak in support of the amendments to the HART ordinance. Last spring, our rescue pulled approximately 10 dogs from 2 separate trailers in a mobile home park off of Central Avenue. I sat in a trailer reeking of feces and urine, looking at crates stuffed with animals, stacked 3 high. The resident of that trailer looked at me straight in the eye, and she said, "I know what I'm doing is wrong, but I need the money. And even if I get caught selling 1 puppy, covers the cost of the fine." So these laws that we make are only as good as the enforcement behind them. So with the adoption of these amendments, I implore the council to establish a stakeholder committee to evaluate and improve the implementation and enforcement of the HART ordinance. Our shelters and our rescues are in crisis. And it's imperative that we find solutions that address the root causes of illegal animal breeding and sales. Thank you.
Madam President, that concludes comment. Thank you.
Councilor Fablecorn, did you have any more for your open, or?
Sure, thank you, Madam President. So I just wanted to quickly walk through what this bill does and does not, because there is a lot of misunderstandings out there. So the HART ordinance has been in place since 2006 in our city. It was passed by then Councilor Sally Maillet. It was groundbreaking. When I moved here, or when this was all happening, we were killing about 19,000 animals a year at the city shelter. And this ordinance that's been in place for 20 years now said, no, we're going to do more. We're going to spay neuter. We're going to reduce the number of animals that are coming into our shelters. We're going to stop having to euthanize so many animals. And it's very clear in the HART ordinance that if you live in our city, you cannot have an intact animal unless you have an intact permit. That is very, very important, and no one is realizing that, and we see it happening all the time. You're breaking the law if you have an intact animal and you don't have an intact permit. In the HART ordinance, it also says that you cannot sell, gift, barter, or exchange living beings, period. If you want to have an intact animal and you want to have a breed and you want to sell those puppies, you have to have an intact animal permit and you have to have a litter permit. And if you have those things and you're selling an animal, you have to have those permit numbers on the sign or the Craigslist ad or the whatever you have. You have to be following that law. And people are not following that law. And so what this bill does, and it is not specific to whether someone is housed or unhoused. It says if you are selling animals in public spaces in our city, that's not allowed. And no longer will there be any decision-making by animal welfare. They shall confiscate the animals that are being put up for sale. They shall take them to the shelter. They will spay neuter them. They will get them the microchip and the vet care they need. That is exactly the same if somebody is housed or unhoused. So I just want to be very clear. I fully will stand by anyone in our community who is going to take care of their companion animal is welcome to have a companion animal. These are not people that are taking care of them. These are people that are breeding and selling for profit in an illegal manner. So I just wanted to be very clear that that's what this bill does. There are no other provisions in this bill. It is really about enforcing the requirement that you have to spay and neuter your animal, and you are not allowed to breed and sell for profit.
Councilor Champagne?
Thank you, Madam President. I just have one question. At the animal shelter, and I don't know if there's an animal person here, is the HART ordinance given out or explained to anybody that goes in to adopt from us?
Director Ortega?
Madam President and Councilor Champagne,
Yes, it is explained when someone adopts from the animal shelter. It is, we have probably about a 10-page document that goes over all of the rules to adopt. We also have a brochure on our HART ordinance, and when someone does break the law and goes through the courts, not only do they get fined, but they also are required to attend our pet school, which covers our HART ordinance as well.
Okay, so Madam President, we're not setting people up to fail. We're instructing them the rules that they need to follow when adopting from us and making sure, and it's up to them in this agreement that they're going to take on this life to care for, correct?
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, that is correct.
Okay. Thank you, Director. Madam President, just one last question. If we have laws right now, why aren't they being enforced?
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne.
Director, it wasn't really for you. It was for the CAO on this one because she controls the manning levels and such of city, and animal control is one of them. So if we have animal control people and there are laws on the books, why aren't they being enforced?
Madam CAO. Madam President, Councilor Champagne, I'd like to respect the director in answering the question first, and I'm happy to also follow on that.
Then let me direct it to you directly, not to the director. You are her boss. You are animal control's boss. I'm asking you, why aren't they being enforced?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, I trust the expertise of the director and her ability to answer this question. I will answer to you that I believe the department is enforcing the laws with the best the resources that they have available to them based upon the complaints and the information that they have. I don't believe that they are not enforcing the law. I believe they are enforcing when they have the information and do so. I'd be happy for her to answer the question specifically. I think she has been in this discussion and could give additional information that would be valuable.
Director.
Yes, Madam President, Councilor Champagne, we do enforce the laws to our capacity. So we enforce the laws by issuing criminal citations, civil fines. They go through a court process or they go through a hearing process. They're required to pay the civil fine. It depends on the law. We recently introduced the civil fines, which is definitely helping people take more, be more aware that our pet laws, our animal laws are as important as our human laws. So we are seeing some forward progress in that area. When we issue a criminal citation, that's a little harder because it has to go through the court system. The court system takes time. The court system doesn't always prioritize animal laws. So when they're comparing an animal law to a human law, many times the offender is getting a slap on the wrist, getting a $25 fine, having to go through our pet school, but then reoffending because it was just a slap in the wrist. The other thing is, in many cases, just like our human laws, those offenders are considered deemed not capable of standing trial. So then the court will drop that case, and now they're reoffending and reoffending. So we enforce it to our capacity. We issue the criminal citations, we issue the civil fines. We are law enforcement, but not in the way that APD is law enforcement. So we can't detain. If we are in danger, we pull away from the situation because all we carry is billy clubs and mace. So we do enforce, but to the level that we can enforce.
Madam President and Director, if this passes, how is this going to affect change in your enforcement?
If this passes, it will affect change. I have already started having conversations with Chief Medina on they have the ability to detain where we do not. and they will support us in this effort. If this passes, we will sit down with both of our teams and figure out a process forward that isn't going to be highly burden our APD officers, but provide us the support we need to enforce this law. The law was, in the original law, it said that we could confiscate, but I think what Councilor Feeblecourt added to the ordinance allows us to confiscate without taking away people's civil rights. It gives them the opportunity to still reclaim their pets, and we don't just take them and we keep them. It gives them an opportunity to reclaim them.
Madam President.
Councilor,
Yes.
Ms. Chief would like to add something as well, if that's all right.
It'll, again, really brief. Thank you, Council President. I just wanted to say there is also a capacity issue at City Legal. It's actually City Legal that brings these cases to court. So the changes to some of the ordinances in the past few years have increased the code enforcement hearings that we cover and the animal welfare hearings that we cover.
So thank you, Madam President. So the increase in code enforcement causes a backlog, and
No.
this change won't? Is there a 180-day rule on these?
Council President, Council Champagne, there's not a 180-day rule. It hasn't caused a backlog. It's just caused an increase in workload for my department.
That brings up another question, Madam President. Will this change diminish that then, or is it going to?
Council President, Council Champagne, I wouldn't expect a substantial change for this particular change to the ordinance. The biggest change was the code enforcement change that went into effect, I believe, a year ago. If you look at my measures, my annual budget measures, there's a substantial increase in code enforcement and hearings that we handle.
So, Madam President, the reduction in discretionary choices by your enforcement officers will, now that that's gone, and they shall now remove the animals, that's going to help this. And the drop in district or the drop in court is going to diminish as well, them releasing them and such. And the offenders, not the dogs, the offenders.
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, yes, it will eliminate the need to go to court because they get to reclaim them within 10 days. They just now have been forced to follow the laws because they will, when they reclaim them, they will be in compliance with having those pets because they will be spayed, neutered, vaccinated, and microchipped. So now, not only does it cause them to be in compliance, but also it eliminates any future owners of these pets from being out of compliance as well. So if every single one of those dogs was either gifted or sold, they're all being gifted and sold intact, which means those 5 turn into 25, which turns into 50, and so on and so on. So more people will be in compliance.
Madam President and Director, so the offender's not going to be fined anymore. We're just going to take the dogs and fix the issue and move along. That's
you, Councilor, Madam President, Councilor Champagne. That's usually our approach, animal welfare, is we first offer resources. These, as Councilor Feeblecorn mentioned, our HART ordinance is very comprehensive, and it's one of the leading ordinances in the country. However, in order to make sure that we're holding people accountable, we have to have the resources, given the economy that we're in, and be able to provide low and free services to make sure that those pets are in compliance with the law that we created.
Thank you. Madam President, I'll yield my time. I have several other based off of that, but I know my colleagues have other questions too.
Councilor Lewis?
Thank you, Madam President. There were some folks that suggested that the council put together an implementation and enforcement process that we would, I guess, maybe codify this into a process that the council would approve. Is that something that I would assume, I mean, working together with you all on to do that. I mean, would that be helpful to the department for the council to help craft an enforcement process?
Madam Chair and Councillor, I think I would like to try it more informally first. I appreciate the group that is here today, and we're already working on scheduling a meeting to talk about their ideas on other things in the ordinance that we could possibly change and enforce. And I think just with any ordinance, times change, and it's important that we revisit those and figure out if it still fits into the best practice model of a humane and animal-friendly city. So I would like to first take the approach of meeting with community members, talk about their concerns, hear their ideas, see if there's ways for us to modify some of those ordinance laws, and then also be able to get them more engaged in animal welfare, and also create more awareness, because I think in the last couple meetings that I attended, I think many community members still don't understand the breadth of what animal welfare does and how far we've come. So having a community that is supportive of that and willing to listen and sharing that out into the community, I believe that will be helpful. And I think also creating the awareness of our pet laws is also going to be helpful. Not everybody knows our pet laws. They're very detailed and very strict, and it's important for us to help them to understand before we're holding them accountable.
Yeah, and Madam President, you know, I think our last estimates are about a little over 5,000 of our people that are homeless, a homeless population in the city of Albuquerque. Do you have an estimation of homeless animals that we have in the city of Albuquerque?
Madam Chair and Councillor Lewis, we do not have an estimate. We don't track based on the unhoused population. We do know that many organizations are working with the unhoused population, as are many of these community members, and we can work on getting a number. But for us, it's more important for us to get out there. And I know Laura actually had an idea of taking mobile units out to the people and getting them the medical care, getting the pets the medical care that they need. And we are currently doing that. Our goal is to have one out there every single week, take our spay and neuter van, our vaccination van out there, and making sure that they're all up to date on their vaccinations and their microchipping, and also doing some flea and tick and some ringworm medication. Our goal is to get to a point where we can pick up their pets and take them into spay and neuter them, and then take them back to the location that they're at. We haven't gone that far yet. We've been having the conversations to gain the trust of the unhoused, because it's hard to, for them to trust people. Usually they do trust these people, which is great. And we've been using Miss Gina to be a conduit with that, in getting that trust, and even her taking some of the pets and are going to bring them to us to get them spay and neutered and then get them back to them. And we are working with Animal Humane and the, what was the name of that? Los Sueños organization, to kind of divide and conquer, because what we were seeing is we were starting to step on each other's toes. All three of us go out to the West Side Gateway Center to serve those pets, so we're trying to come up with a more comprehensive calendar to serve.
Thank you. And I imagine there might be, I don't know, I'd say maybe 1,000 animals that are unhoused in the city of Albuquerque. I mean, if there's 5,000 unhoused folks in our city, I mean, I imagine that number would be maybe in 1,000 or so, or maybe in the multiple hundreds of that. How is the department engaged with those animals that would be, I'm assuming if they're not spayed and neutered, and certainly if they're unhoused, they would be in violation of our HART ordinance. I mean, and certainly they'd be in violation of this ordinance tonight. And so how does the department, how is they enforced and engaged with that population, and what would be the changes now on enforcement, I guess, and then you mentioned about the mobile units. I mean, I think that's wonderful. I mean, would you, do you need money to do that? I mean, can you create mobile units right now? Do you need more appropriations to be able to do that? Again, I imagine under this ordinance, there's a lot more things we'd be required to do really when it comes to enforcement, especially, I mean, I guess specifically in regard to that population.
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, this body and the executive team has been very generous with our spay and neuter dollars. So we do have the capacity to be able to provide those things. We just want the people that need them to come forward. In this case with the unhoused, we want to take that to them. They don't always have the transportation to get to us. So we're trying to come up with creative ways, just like we do taking our We Caravan out to those areas that we have heat mapped to show that our largest calls and our largest population come from. We take our vans out there once a month to do vaccinations and microchipping, and also pass out spay and neuter vouchers. So
do you give citations?
The first thing Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, the first thing we do is give them a warning and give them the resources that they need. And then if they don't, they have no excuse if we're giving to them for free. If they don't, then the next time we go out, we issue them a citation.
Okay, and I imagine that's pretty, Madam President, I imagine that at times is confrontational. Do you need APD backup at times on those kinds of confrontations? And
Madam Chair, Councilor Lewis, in those situations, we do not need APD backup most of the time. If we do need APD backup, we do have a contact there that we reach out to and say, we think we're gonna need APD backup, and they will come out to support us. In this scenario, we have not gotten to that point, but we know we will need it because it's not going to be easy for people to accept that we are going to take their puppies and the adults that are there with the puppies. So we will likely need APD support on this, which is why we will be meeting to talk about process.
So, and Madam Vice Chair, Vice President, so I mean, the department has so far not confiscated any animals in the unhoused community?
Councilor Lewis, we have not confiscated any animals. Okay. Unless the only time that we are allowed to confiscate, other than what we're trying to pass today, is with a court order.
Yeah. Well, but if we pass that tonight, I mean, you'd have the ability to confiscate, if you go through that process. So, yeah, again, I think I'm certainly in support of this ordinance, and of course, but I think there's a big challenge ahead as far as being able to, I guess, to the public's satisfaction, which includes me and all of us, the success, of being able to implement it and enforce it to the point where it makes a difference. So, thank you, Madam Vice President.
Thank you. Before I go to you, Councilor Grau, Mr. Morrow had a comment or question.
Certainly, thank you, Council Vice President. It was actually just a comment for Councilor Champagne, and I think it was just a minor correction, but you asked a question about the 180-day rule, and if there are prosecutions related to petty misdemeanors, the 180-day rule in Metropolitan Court would still apply.
Thank you. Councilor Grau.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I just had a couple of questions about civil fines and criminal citations. How many of those have you given out in the last year?
Madam Vice President, Councilor Bassan, I don't have that number with me. I apologize, but I can get that to you. What I can tell you is since we issued our civil fines, which was just over a year ago, 40% have paid those civil fines. So that means that they are now aware that that's the law, and they're paying those civil fines. Another 40% have received a second or their second or third notice, that they will need to pay those civil fines before they go to collection. So we expect that more of those will pay. And then 20% of those are the ones that just are not going to pay them. But those percentages are pretty good considering it's a first year.
Thank you. And what typically are the fines for?
The civil fines are usually for misdemeanors. They fall under the nuisance abatement law. So they're not going to necessarily apply to this one because this one is a little different. But what they do fall into are they will do the spay and neuter, the vaccination, and the microchipping, but not the litter permit or the intact permit. Those are separate. Those would be a criminal citation. Barking dogs, off-leash dogs, not having a proper dog house in their yard, those would be civil fines.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you. That's it.
Madam Vice President?
Thank you, Madam President. So I had a couple of questions. So Director, thank you for being here and thank you for all your work. I know I have one of the shelters is in District 3 and I just appreciate all the work that you've been doing over there. So, my spidey senses go up when we start talking about the homeless and about this because this is the HART ordinance and to me what I'm reading here is the only thing we're changing is we're adding to no person shall display, sell, deliver, offer for sale, barter, auction, give away, otherwise dispose of animal, blah, 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 or adoption events for rescue groups. Is that correct?
Councilor Corn?
Madam President, yes, again, I have said several times, and I will say it yet again, that this bill has nothing to do with housed versus unhoused. And so this is just a change in the law about how we deal with public sale of animals.
Madam Vice President.
Thank you, Madam President. So I just wanted to clarify because, when we start talking, I know there were some public commenters that it really really raised my eyebrows in terms of, homeless people and homeless people not having animals. And, there was just some comments that really, I was really concerned around. So I really want to make sure that these changes are about people who are illegally selling dogs, right? And so let's keep it to that because I think homeless people, I know some, and they are on the streets, and those dogs, they take better care of them than they do themselves. And they use those dogs also as protection. Somebody mentioned it in their public comment. I know of dogs who have actually saved people's lives out there on the streets. So let's conflate that with what we're talking about here today. And the comments were kind of really a little unsettling. But so I just had a couple of questions here. When we talk about this, and if we're talking about people just selling dogs, not whether they're homeless or not homeless, it could be a working class person selling a dog on the street. Then when we're talking about, you're mentioning, Director, about civil fines. In here, where my concern is that we have any person who violates this section shall be deemed guilty of a petty misdemeanor. So, I know we struggle with resources and staff to be able to do these things, and I know we want to help your department be able to adequately do what you need to do, and I know you have a backlog and the whole 9 yards. But do you feel that it's necessary that they're deemed guilty of a petty misdemeanor, or do you think we should say something to the effect that these folks who are selling animals and that they're not homeless, that they would actually be deemed, could be deemed guilty of a petty misdemeanor, or could it be civil penalties? Which I think is more important because even the people selling dogs on the street or trading them probably are not wealthy people, right? So this happens a lot in my neighborhood, and I know people, you see people doing that. Should they do it? Probably not. But and people take very good care of those dogs. So I'm just wondering, are we going to then, and I'd like your opinion on it, criminalize people who probably are poor?
Director? Madam Chair, Madam Vice President, First, we would not have supported this bill if it was targeting unhoused or just focused on the
Right.
unhoused.
I think we got past that,
Absolutely,
yeah.
we would not have supported it.
President.
Equity and inclusion and all of that.
Yeah.
However, a petty misdemeanor in this case is appropriate in our opinion, just because of the domino effect that it will create. Now, just with some of our other criminal citations, we do have an option to issue a warning. And in this case, it could be if we approach them, we let them know that we're going to have to confiscate their pets because they are breaking the HART ordinance laws, the animal laws. However, if they comply and allow us to take them, we will give them a warning.
Director, so if I can interrupt you for a second, Madam President. So here it says that they shall be deemed guilty of a petty misdemeanor. So I'm going to go to the staff and ask them, is there any way to say that it shall, that they're allowed to give warnings? Can we add an amendment in there to say about warnings?
Mr. Morrow?
Certainly, and Council Vice President, members of the council, certainly we could amend the ordinance to provide specifics that a first offense would be punishable, like a warning. That would be like comparable to, say, an open container ticket. I think is a warning in the first offense.
I can't hear you. I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to get used to the new microphones. So yes, we could add an amendment to make it a warning in a first offense. Or we can make it an administrative fine, or we could change the penalty provisions as
Madam
this body sees
President,
fit.
so it just says any person who violates this section shall be deemed guilty of a petty misdemeanor. So if I'm trading a dog on the street, it says that they catch me, that I shall be deemed guilty of a petty misdemeanor. So is there any way to change that language to be more flexible rather than say shall?
Certainly, we could make it so that it would be any person who violates this section for the first time. Yeah, we could.
Could be deemed guilty of a petty misdemeanor?
So it would need to, the language in the ordinance would still need to say shall, because it's the purposes of reaching that standard for criminal prosecution. So I think that piece would need there. But you could say, like I said, something to the effect of that a first offense is a warning. You could, there is also officer discretion in how these things go. So, I mean, there's.
Madam Vice President, may I offer a suggestion?
Yes.
Madam Vice President, and to our staff, I believe it was in one of the food permit ordinance updates that there was language, because it started out as shall be, and because of the due process concerns, it was whatever wording we're looking for. I believe we had made an amendment in that ordinance update to include what it sounds like your concerns may be, where there's the discretion, but also it, maybe instead of shall be. So I think that that's something that maybe our staff can look into while you process through that.
Madam President, thank you. So I think that those are my only comments. So maybe if the staff can work on that, you can come back to me, and then if there's any additional questions. Thank you.
Councilor Lewis?
Thank you, Madam President. I mean, maybe some of my comments might have been misconstrued. I simply was bringing up, I mean, my concern is, I think, with a lot of the folks who are advocating for this bill was all animals that are in danger in our city, and the HART ordinance and how important it is. And so, my comments regarding the unhoused was because of the comments that we heard here tonight on, and I think some great suggestions on bringing mobile units to them as well as others. And so I certainly was thinking specifically about the animals, in our city, in every part of our city. The specifics on the unhoused was only because that was brought up here tonight, as well as when this has been talked about. So, I'm supporting this bill because of what it does. It's important. Certainly not because of any kind of targeting of any certain group of people. But I appreciate the conversation about how we would respond and how we would provide the services and help everybody that has an animal in the city, and how we can best take care of them. So thank you, Madam President.
Councilor Champagne?
Madam President, I don't have any questions.
Councilor Sanchez?
Thank you. I just wanted to make a comment in reference to the enforcement. The animal control officers, they should have some sort of discretion in reference to how they administer the law. I mean, you can go out there and somebody could be, violating the law three or four times more harshly than someone else. Someone else could be very, very minor violation. So I think that we need to make sure that we leave the discretion up to the officers that are actually on site doing the investigation. It's so important that that we don't take discretion away from officers, and that we make sure that we are able to articulate, each officers are able to articulate what they saw and the actions that they made. And I think we need to leave discretion in there. Thank you.
Councilors, any other questions or comments? Madam Vice President?
Thank you, Madam President. I don't know if the staff has found anything, but I just wanted to make a comment. Councilor Lewis, it was more the public commenters that had me concerned, so just want to say that.
Did you have anything to add, staff?
Council President, Councilor Vice President Pena, we are reviewing the food ordinance. That does have separate provisions for civil violations and then also for criminal penalties. We are trying to understand the distinction of when it triggers from a civil penalty to a criminal penalty. But the criminal penalty portion still says that any person convicted is guilty of a petty misdemeanor, so it is very similar in that regard.
Madam President,
Ms. Keefe?
we have a few different ways of signaling that certain conduct is a misdemeanor within our ordinances. The language here is very common. It's probably our most common way of signaling, if you do this, it's a crime. But we do have alternative ways that I think might satisfy the Vice President. And so one is to say any person convicted of violating this ordinance is guilty of a petty misdemeanor. So that says that that's what the penalty will be.
Okay. Yes. So I'd like to move that amendment.
Second, I'll second that. And that is what the wording was that we were talking about. It was because the due process, they need to be convicted in order to be guilty of a petty misdemeanor. So thank you for finding that was what I couldn't remember. There is a motion and a second for that amendment. Any questions or comments, councilors? Councilor Fiebelkorn?
Madam President, we're going to get to see the amendment before we vote on it, please.
Sure. Councilor Rogers, while we wait.
While we're working on that, I'm sure some other people had the question because I learned so much in these conversations. What an intact animal is, I just looked it up, and it means an animal that has not been spayed or neutered or microchipped. Is that right?
Madam President, so intact animals are not spay or neutered. So if it's a boy, he still has his stuff, and if it's a girl, she still has her uterus. They are the animals that are able to create additional animals, which cause our overpopulation problem in our city shelters.
Thank you, Madam President, and I appreciate you calling out that the point of this is not solely to hone in on unsheltered folks. I think whether you have a home or don't have a home, you shouldn't be illegally breeding dogs. Period. Period. Right? Backyards, park, anywhere. Shouldn't be doing it, period. So, and I just wanted to dispel, because I went in to go and adopt at our animal welfare department, and they asked me for a permanent address. So that's something that's already checked on when you go to adopt from the animal welfare. I had to put, it very specifically asked me to give my permanent address, if I rented, if my landlord was okay with this type of breed even, because I was getting, a breed that a lot of landlords don't like, things like that. So that's already in our processes in your department, right?
Madam Chair and Councilor Rogers, yes, it is. And also, I think the benefit of an unhoused coming to adopt at the shelter is then we don't have this problem, because everything that is adopted out of the shelter is spay, neutered, vaccinated, and microchipped. So already problem solved in that arena.
Councilor Champagne?
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to gain some clarification. If Councilor Vice President Pena's amendment changes, is that going to be enforceable compared to what you had said before? Was that your goal was to make sure that you're not really enforcing this, you're just making sure to take the animals and get them to follow the rule, but you're not penalizing the offender? Is this going to change it so you can penalize the offender because they are breaking the law now more than they were before?
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, I support this change because it still leaves the shall that we shall confiscate them, and that corrects the bigger concern and the bigger issue. The change to the misdemeanor, that still gives us the capacity to issue the civil fine if they're, or the criminal citation if they are not cooperative, if they're pushing back, if they're not wanting to show us their ID or any of those things. It gives us a little bit more leverage to help get the puppies out of that situation.
Okay, and the current wording does not allow you to do that?
Correct.
So the current word of shall be found guilty of a petty misdemeanor does not allow you to give that leverage?
Correct.
One last question. If you do go ahead and do public like mobile spay and neuter, will it be offered to the general public as well, or just set up an area? So can I bring my dog if I need to?
Madam Chair, Councilor Champagne, we already offer free spay and neuter at our clinics. We have
But the mobile one?
Oh, we do provide it to anyone in the community. When we take our mobile van out, we'll take it to community centers or senior centers in those specific communities. And as long as you call and sign up on our cabq.gov/pets, you can bring your pet to get it vaccinated or microchipped.
Perfect. I will push that then. Awesome.
Councilor Sanchez?
Yeah.
Councilor Sanchez, did you have a comment? Staff? Mr. Morrow, if you want to go ahead and read it out, that'd be great.
Certainly. On this amendment, which I believe would be Amendment 5. 4. Amendment 4, my apologies, is beginning on page 2, line 18, strike section 9244A4 in its entirety and replace as follows. It now says any person who is convicted of violating this section, so it's convicted of violating this section, shall be deemed guilty of a petty misdemeanor. Oh, here's a typo. And subject to the penalty provisions set forth in ROA 1994 1-1-9, which is the general penalty provision for the city.
There's a motion for a due pass, and I seconded it. I think that just to confirm for the public, that can be a clerical change, right? So the typo is a clerical change that they're doing right now. Councilors, any other comments or questions on amendment number 4? The motion is for a due pass of amendment number 4. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes. All those opposed? I think that passes on a 6-3. We're back on the bill as amended. Councilors, any other amendments or comments? Councilor Fiebel-Corn to close.
Thank you, Madam President. So again, I just want to reiterate, if you, and this is for dogs and cats, we've kept talking about dogs all night, but I want to make it clear, this is dogs and cats. If you are selling dogs and cats in public spaces in our city, you are breaking the law, and we are going to fix that problem. If you need help with shelter for your dog, call animal welfare. They have a doghouse giveaway. They have all kinds of services. NM Dog is available to come out and help. If you need help with spay neuter, we've heard it tonight. Animal welfare can help you. If you are low income, that will be free. There's no need for you to have an animal that is not spay neutered and say, I couldn't get the resources. If you need microchipping, call the animal welfare department. If you need medical care, you know where I'm going with this, call the animal welfare department. We offer services for folks throughout our community, regardless of their housing status. And that is why we offer these, because animals deserve really good care in our community. And we have laws on the books that make sure that they're going to get that good care. And so this bill before us tonight simply says that if you're ignoring all of those things that we give you, and you're still going to try to make money by selling dogs or cats in public places in our city, you're going to have those animals taken from you. They are going to get spay neutered and hopefully eventually get put up for adoption for somebody that actually cares about them. Urge your support, Madam
Motion
President.
is for 084 as amended. Counselors, those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Those opposed? That passes on a 9-0 vote. We're moving on to R177. Counselor Baca.
Thank you, Madam President. R177, appropriating funding to specific affordable housing projects in City Council District 2 and directing the city administration to facilitate the determination that these projects are qualifying grantees. I move to pass.
There's a motion and a second by Counselor Rogers. Counselor Baca to open.
Thank you, Madam President. I do have a couple of amendments that I'd like to move before public comment if possible. That said, this is a follow-up to R25-139. We received funding from the governor and several state legislators to build housing downtown within the MRA zones of downtown and Barelas. They sent us letters to let us know that's what the money is to be used for. And so this resolution is essentially just to clear up the red tape and allow the city to use all the tools at their disposal to get the money out the door and get housing built. So I ask for everybody's support.
Counselor, before we go to the end, how would you like to proceed with your amendments and public comment?
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to do the amendments. I think that'll address some of the public comments.
Counselors, I believe that the amendments are in your iPads. Counselor Baca, amendment number 1.
Thank you, Madam President. If we can post it this, we worked with our general counsel, Ms. Keefe, on this one, and it, for the most part, just clears up some of the verbiage and makes sure that we follow the Department of Finance rules and regulations, that we don't get out of bounds, and that everything is copacetic.
Counselor Baca, did you want to read it?
Would you like me to read the whole thing?
Please, and for the people that are viewing.
So amendment on page 3, lines 8 through 16, strike section 2 in its entirety and replace with the following. Pursuant to MFA rules and following the process identified in the Affordable Housing Implementing Ordinance to otherwise identify a qualifying grantee, the administration shall accept applications from each of the projects identified in this resolution. The administration shall immediately initiate a review of each project to determine whether each applicant is a qualifying grantee pursuant to MFA rules. The administration shall conduct its review in a fair and impartial manner with a goal toward approving these projects if possible. The administration shall complete its review and submit the qualifying grantees to MFA for a final review no later than October 15th, 2025. If the administration identifies any basis to determine that any of the applicants do not meet the MFA standards for a qualifying grantee, the administration shall immediately notify the applicant, offer them an opportunity to provide supplemental information, or otherwise rectify the issue. The city shall also comply with any requirements of the New Mexico Department of Finance, Local Government Division for Capital Outlay Projects.
There's a motion. Is there a second? There's a second by Counselor Champagne. Counselors, questions or comments? Counselor Baca to close.
I urge your support.
The motion is for amendment number 1 to R177. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
All those opposed? It looks like that passes 9-0. Counselor Baca with amendment number 2.
Thank you, Madam President. Amendment number 2, there was a typo in the letter of introduction and saying that one of the projects did not meet the standard for affordable housing. So this rectifies that And so on page 2, line 27, amend as follows. In the final sentence, crossing out 80 to 100% for households earning 80 to 100%, crossing that out and putting to 80% or less of the area median income. This corrects a typo in the whereas clause, clarifying that 100% of the units in this project are for households earning 80% or below the average median income, making it affordable.
There's a motion. Is there a second? There's multiple seconds. Rogers and Grout, I think, is who I heard. Any questions or comments? All right, Councilor Baca to close.
I urge your support.
All those in favor of amendment number 2 to R177, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes unanimously. We're back on the bill, R177 as amended. We do have public comment. Is it all right if we go to that first? Okay, we'll go to public comment. Mr. Cornelius.
Thank you, Madam President. Our first speaker is Dr. Lisa Christofferson, followed by Adeo Herrick.
Thank you so very much. That does clarify my initial concern. I do have one other question. With the sawmill, they're supposed to meet the affordable housing, but then we came back and did some kind of a bill that allowed them to not have to meet the affordable housing. I may be a misunderstanding how that sawmill thing went down, but that's part of the concern, is that we have the laws on the book for affordable housing, but then is it possible that you would come back later and say, we're going to suspend the rules for that and give this developer those kind of money? I may be misunderstanding how that went down, but how do we assure that, yes, it's going to be affordable housing? I support this very much, support this developer, but how do we ensure that later you guys don't come back and say, we're going to suspend that law or that rule and they get to have whatever that they can suspend that?
Adeo Herrick, followed by Felipe Rayal.
Evening. I think that perhaps we could have an animal welfare department downtown. I also just want to really sing the praises of the kind of zoning where you live on one floor and you work on another. I just call it the apartment above housing. I'm sorry. But I think that this is something that could make our city more productive, more lively, more traditional, more fun, and help people live and work and make Albuquerque awesome. Thank you.
Felipe Rayal, followed by Miriam Hicks.
Good evening, President Bassan, councilors. I've come to you many times for different development agreements. Every single time I've come to you, though, that award has come through a city procurement process, whether that being an RFP or an RFQ. We've had to do myriad items, including public comment, neighborhood meetings, etc. In addition, in that resolution, you're seeing a fully executed development agreement with all the AMI targetings, all of the things that we're going to do in order to make our city better. As I understand this resolution tonight and why I do not recommend supporting it is because it is going to award projects, and then afterwards the developers are going to have to go through the process. We're happy to compete for those funds. If there's a public procurement process issued via an RFP, if we win that, great. We'd happy to build our projects. We are based in District 2. If the developers that are here happen to win, we will celebrate them. Thank you.
Miriam Hicks, followed by Tad Niemitzki.
Good evening, Madam President, councilors. I'm here representing the Albuquerque Affordable Housing Coalition. Our organization was formed to advocate for workforce housing trust funds. These funds are, by definition, to serve low-income households at 80% AMI and below. So I appreciate the clarification on the affordability for that project. However, without a transparent project that puts the affordability program before the work and the changes, then you don't have that guarantee those funds are going to be used for affordable housing with income limits as set forth by HUD. So what I think is missing is the land use piece that ties that affordability to the land for a period of time. Would like to see that portion of guarantee that the affordability will be sustained on that property for some period of time. Thank you.
Tad Newminski, followed by Rebecca Velarde.
Tad Newminski. Well, let's see they fix it every cat and dog. Guess what's happened 20 years later? Bad lass. Now, that is my comment. One comment. Number two, affordable housing. How affordable housing that can be when city or any government pay qualifiers force pay 30%. But actually, apartment, then another government 70% pay, so total driving prices, cheapest apartment, 1 bedroom, 900. Across the street from me, 2 bedroom for $600. That's what we at when the government gets involved in. Thank you.
Rebecca Velarde, followed by Alexander Ubayas.
Madam President, members of the council, my name is Rebecca Velarde. I am the Director of Development for Palindrome, one of the 2 co-developers for the Romero project. Our partner, Borealis Community Coalition, we have been working with for a number of years to bring high-quality, affordable housing as well as a commercial component targeting Borealis small businesses to the Borealis neighborhood. We stand in strong support of R177, and we commend Councilor Baca for working with us to get this very important funding to build this project that has been we've been working on for many years. Going back to some of the previous commenters' comments, we are very open to the city putting land use restrictions on the property to ensure that it is affordable housing for the long term. We expect those land use restrictions to happen as well from Housing New Mexico. We urge your support. Thank you very much.
Alexander Ubayas, followed by Ricky Palmer.
Evening, Madam Chair, members of the council. I may stray from affordable housing as I intended to sign up for general comments. With my apologies and your permission, I'll begin with a thank you. Last time I was in front of you, I asked you to take a close look at a windfall proposed by our mayor for a big developer. Thank you for making sure that the workers who build our city will receive a prevailing wage for doing so. Also, this body knows I proposed 11 policies regarding immigration enforcement to this body and the mayor. Shortly thereafter, the mayor issued an executive order. And as the former chief federal law enforcement officer for this district, I know, and I think that we can all agree, that anonymous masked men whisking away our neighbors is bad for public policy. It's bad for public safety. It's bad for our democracy. And finally, I want to applaud the groups who are here today and the councilors who sit amid a housing crisis, trying to keep people housed and renters protected. Since I was last here, that developer who got the tax break purchased a plaza in Old Town. This city must move with the exact same urgency they roll out for our biggest developers in protecting the hardworking people of Albuquerque. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cornelius, before you move on, can you please describe, so that way my colleagues also understand, I know that there was something with the link and the button when signing up for comment that was a problem on our end, which is why I had informed staff that we were going to allow for if this happened and they were supposed to be under general public comment, it was going to be allowable.
Understood, yes. Thank you, Madam President. What happened was there was a website upgrade over the month of July. Public comment, general public comment, the limit is 30. Once that is hit, it's removed from the page. But all the other bills should have been required to click before you submit your request to make public comment. And so they were not basically you could submit comment without having to click something. So we had some blank spaces that maybe the people shouldn't have been able to submit for general public comment. But
Thank
so,
you.
yeah,
So
hope that
due
makes
to
sense.
the upgrade and on our end, we are allowing general public comment if you're one of these people tonight.
Thank you.
But it has since been corrected, so we should not have this problem moving forward.
That is correct. Thank you, Madam President. Hope that made sense. Our next.
Sorry, Madam
No?
Vice President.
Sorry.
Mr. Padilla, can you kind of, because I think the groups, I'm not real sure what the billionaire thing is and all the things they're talking about, Jim Long. Can you just talk about the IRBs and what we did with Mr. Long? And how that process works, and that it's not the same as the affordable housing dollars?
Madam President and Councilor Pena, yes, what happens is the city passed an ordinance that issued industrial revenue bonds. And what the developer is the person who's responsible for paying down those bonds. We don't use city money, city revenue to pay the bonds down. So the city's not on the hook for any money. What they do receive is a tax abatement. A portion of the taxes that would have been paid are abated, and that's the incentive that they get to build the particular projects.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Mr. Cornelius?
Thank you, Madam President. Our next speaker, I believe is Ricky Palmer, followed by Roger Valdez. Roger Valdez, followed by Karina Ortiz.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the council. I'm Roger Valdez with the Center for Housing Economics, and I want to speak in favor of this. And I want to also appreciate the expeditious way that you're handling this. But I wanted, and I've sent you an email, I wanted to warn that we are in the process of, in the same process with the cottages at 161 Chamas, a project that I've shared with you all and talked about in person. Currently, the Housing New Mexico MFA is telling us that we have to do an RFP process. And everything that you've outlined in this resolution applies to our project as well. They're now saying that these funds are going to have to be exposed to the procurement process. And that would mean, for our project, a delay of as long as 6 months to a year. So I would urge that this council move forward with this, but that you also take some time to talk with DFA and MFA about the fact that this may be exposed to an RFP process that will slow it down, just like it slow it down our process. So thank you for the work on this.
Karina Ortiz, followed by Janice Herrera on Zoom.
Good evening, Madam President and City Council. My name is Karina Ortiz. I am the president of the Varelas Community Coalition, who is a partner with Palindrome, the developer in our neighborhood of Varelas. In this project, I'm here to speak about the R177 in support. One, because I was a renter when I came when I grew up in Varelas. My grandma was a renter, and I'm really in support in this project because this project is going to help our 80% of our, the majority of our people that are going to be houses are seniors, and our seniors caring for our kids. This is, for me as well, is a huge opportunity for our assets, our community partners surrounding us, just like the Raleigh Arts Market and our Street Food Institute. We have a senior program, veggie box program, and that could help us, deliver to those type of development. And thank you all for your time, and I hope you can support.
Janice Herrera, followed by David Silverman.
To Councilor Baca, thank you for your efforts to fast track a variety of housing projects in District 2. In addition to adding rental units, I do hope to see forthcoming support from you and the other council members for additional protections for renters, such as adding a temperature limit to 059, the cooling system amendment, and support for the Rent Act. Thank you for those, Councilor Feeblehorn. When it comes to R177, I am very curious to know the range of area median incomes that will be used to qualify potential renters in the subsidized units. There is a big difference between an 80% AMI unit and what I believe we should be prioritizing, which would be the 30 to 50% AMI range. Let's try to avoid rewarding wealthy developers who already profit off of middle-class workers without our tax subsidies. So I am support in moving forward with this project, but do hope to see additional projects looking at our very low-income renters. Thank you so much.
David Silverman, followed by Sherry Kreider.
Madam President, members of the council, thank you all for your service and for enduring these meetings. I'm here to support R25-177 and speak in favor. Our firm is involved with the Wells Fargo renovation, and we've been working for over 3 years to try to see this project through to fruition. Development in downtown Albuquerque is extremely challenging. Developing anywhere in the community is challenging, and we need all sorts of development, particularly affordable housing, which we've been able to identify as the primary use for this project. And there's great need, and I just value all of your service, and we appreciate your support of this resolution. Thank you.
Sherry Kreider, followed by Rusty Snow. You're muted, Sherry. There you go.
Good evening, Madam President and councilors. Thank you for your service and so much time you devote to the community and comment. I'm in full support of 177. On a daily basis, MDC releases 70 to 100 people to downtown Albuquerque. And our project, a very creative space that offers housing and houses it in a art center, will serve these people. And definitely in so much support, and not a millionaire, a billionaire, or 100,000 year. I'm a member of your community, that through the support of the community, I was a houseless person and I'm now able to be in your community and a business owner. Thank you.
Rusty Snow, and then followed by Paul Silverman, who I believe may be in-house tonight. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the council to hear a little bit more about this project. We appreciate Councilperson Baca's effort in this bill. My name is Rusty Snow. I work for Lincoln Avenue Communities. We are the developer of the residential portion of the Wells Fargo Tower building. I mainly called in to make sure that the amendment was made, that all of our units will be at or below 80% AMI. But I also just wanted to comment on a couple of previous comments, that we, at least for the Wells Fargo project, Lomas Towers, we will have land use agreements in place due to our low-income housing tax credits that will be, the majority of our financing on this project. So there will be land use restrictions. Thank you.
Paul Silverman.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Councilman. Thank you so much for letting me be here. I wish I could be as articulate as my youngest son, so I'll try not to repeat that. But I don't really want to talk about the housing. I want to talk about the other huge benefit that this project brings to downtown. If we weren't doing this, the vacancy rate in downtown would jump by 150,000 square feet for office space. That's horrible, horrible. So being able to convert this building to residential with some mixed use at the ground floor has multiple benefits. One of the major ones is really environmental. because you have no idea how much pollutants and other things get in the air when you knock down a 12-story building. And then you have to expend that same amount of air pollution to be able to rebuild it. So this project is way more than just housing. We hope that it's the rebirth for downtown. Thank you.
Madam President, that concludes comment. Thank you.
Councilors, we're back on the bill. R-177, Councilor Baca to open. Okay, if you want to come down here and talk to Mr. Cornelius, please.
Hey, what's your name? Pete Garcia. I don't have a Pete Garcia, and what is your name? Andrea.
It's fine if you want to start coming down, please. You'll have 1 minute. Go ahead if you want to introduce yourself so we know your name as well.
Hi, most of you know me. Thank you, Madam President and council members. I'm Pete Garcia. I am here on public side, but also within the last 5 months, I have gotten a job with the Barrelas Community Coalition. Years ago, I heard comments about the Romero project, and I was very against it. And then I got this job, and I learned more about the project. It addresses needs for our seniors, for our youth. It has amenities with bicycle amenities, community gardens. The aesthetic of the Romero project is in line with what the community looks like and fits into the rail yard through different aspects of it. So through everything that I have seen, through the time I got hired to now, being with the public and hearing what their needs are, this project really affirms every priority that the community wants is addressed. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Calderon.
Hi, good evening, and welcome back from Recess Council. I am so grateful that you let me make my public comment and close you out for the night. I am here also as a representative of the Albuquerque Affordable Housing Coalition in strong support of the bill. Although we had a short time to react to it, I do appreciate Councilor Baca's ability to provide an amendment that does clarify the AMI restrictions for the development in order for it to comply with affordable housing regulations set by HUD. We want to make sure that the funding actually does work out and that the city is not caught up in litigation that would prevent affordable housing to be built, in addition to prevent other developments to go through in the future. We don't want to shoot ourselves in the foot. We also do appreciate the streamlining of the development process. Otherwise, if it had gone RFP, it would have taken another additional 5 to 6 months. In line with our support for R2469, we do appreciate an expedition of affordable housing projects within the city in order to support the needs that our residents have. Thank you so much, and I hope you have a great evening.
Thank you. We're back on R-177. Councilor Baca, if you want to start us off.
Thank you, Madam President. I don't think anyone would argue that the lack of housing in our city is one of the biggest problems we have and the root of many of the issues that we are dealing with. And we needed not only housing built yesterday, but the day before yesterday. And what this does is gets the money out the door to shovel-ready projects, fully affordable and fully within the laws and rules and regulations that we have to comply with. So I urge everyone's support. Thank you.
Councilor Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam President. I fully support 177 as well because you're going to be putting people with fixed incomes. Seniors will be in this facility. But one of the things I want to ask, and I lost my voice over the weekend, is for any developments that are going to be happening downtown or in any other areas of our city in reference to affordable housing or any new projects, I just really like the developers to start considering the safety and security of those that will be living there, those will be that will be moving in and staying in these locations, and implementing public safety corridors, adding cameras, easy access for law enforcement, maybe a security stand in each one of the facilities, police parking, maybe a security company that's already on contract, and then making sure that there's rules applied to in and out so that we can have rules for the safety and the security of the individuals who will be living there. And that is one of my biggest asks. I'm about making sure that people are safe in facilities where there's going to be a lot of people living. So thank you.
Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to say kudos to Councilor Baca for, number one, advocating for his district specifically with the state legislature to get this funding. But I want to say to the administration, this is what I expect to see on a resolution for the $40 million of housing dollars that we got, hopefully, or getting from the state. We should be able to see something similar to this, listing all of the projects, asking for the same qualifications that we're doing here. I would love to see that come down from the administration, because we gave a list. The councilors sat on with the county and gave a list of shovel-ready projects just like this. I would love to see the administration model this with the $40 million of housing money. I know you're earmarking some of it for gateway operations, but I'd like to see this happen for housing with the money that we're getting in HB2. Just have to say that on the record. This is what I'm expecting to see from our administration for housing. And also, to your credit, like, this helps us get this money out quickly. The HB2 money has to be spent in 1 year. So we have to do something like this for that bigger pot of money so that we can be nimble and get it out of the door. And so I just want to say thank you for that, and hoping that the administration will follow suit with something like this, using the housing list that we already came up with earlier before the session. Thank you.
Councilors, any other comments or questions? Councilor Baca to close.
I urge your support.
Councilors, we're on R177. The motion is for a do pass as amended. All those in favor, raise your hand and say yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? That passes on an 8-0 vote. All right, that ends final actions tonight. We are going to move on to administration Q&A. Councilors, for questions to the administration, we're going to start with Councilor Champagne.
Thank you, Madam President. I guess it needs to be directed at the CAO tonight because APD is not here. I just have a few questions regarding APD, and they're not here, so I have to direct them to you then. What is the current, Madam President, what is the current operations for the horse-mounted unit and their hours that they use? I know I asked this only because I've seen them out in a lot of places. So with air support, you're restricted by hours in the flight, per flight, and how many hours you should fly in a shift. What is the restrictions on the horses for the animals themselves, not the officers? I don't know if you know that.
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, I can't answer it specifically. I do know that within the horse-mounted, they do have protocols to ensure that the horses have an appropriate rest period and at the right frequency. We can share that with you because I've had that conversation when we've hoped that horse-mounted could show up somewhere, and we know that it ends up being in a window when they are in a rest period. So we will make sure we provide that to you so that you can
Okay.
see how that works.
Perfect. And along the same thing with APD, Madam President, the KDTs. I know that the department purchased a new programming system for it about 1.5 years ago, and it's been, I would just like an update. We spent a lot of money on it, and to make sure that I haven't received an update on it. So I'm kind of curious on how that process is.
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, what was the beginning of it? I'm sorry, the paper moving, I couldn't hear you.
The KDTs, the computers that the officers
Got it.
use, you redid the system,
Yep.
I think about 1 year ago, maybe 1.5 years.
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, we can provide you with an update regarding CAD and how that implementation has gone.
Okay. Just going down my list. I'd also be curious on the percentage of the raise that the command staff received this past July. And when I say command staff, of the 47 people that work for the chief directly under him, what was the percentage of their raise this July?
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, anyone that was not part of a collective bargaining agreement, you received the same 2.5% that council appropriated here.
Okay, just 2.5 then, okay. and this was actually with public comment, Madam President, has the SOP been adjusted as far as the actions, the downtown, to reflect the downtown action, the let out actions at midnight? And I say this because I was present of the chaos that it is, and the fact that I, in my opinion, didn't really help sirens blaring for 5 minutes straight at buildings. So is the SOP reflecting that that's a standard procedure, or is it not being practiced any longer?
Madam President, Councillor Champagne, I wrote down a note earlier on this already, and I'll make sure that we can speak to this item with yourself related to the use. Is it SOP, and is it continuing, because based upon those comments?
Okay.
Councillor Champagne.
Yes, ma'am.
Pardon my interruption. Will you please make sure to send those to all of the council? Send to all of the council, please. Thank you.
And as far as the last question with this, I would, in regards to ABD, Madam President, I had requested an update on an incident that occurred at Tramway in Montgomery. I received a phone call from, I think he's a Deputy Commander Hernandez. I'm not too sure. I always get the DCs mixed up. He said he would get back with me, and that was 6 weeks ago. So I'm kind of curious if he's still waiting for the information. But to add to it, there was a homicide in my district over the weekend involving an officer. I was kind of just getting an update. I received a lot of phone calls, and I had no answers to give other than there would be a press release, I'm assuming, by APD giving out whatever details they can in an ongoing investigation. But if we can add the first homicide at Tramway and Central to the Manal homicide that happened, I would love to just get somewhat of an update on that.
Madam President, Councillor Champagne, the first one was Tramway in Montgomery?
Tramway in Montgomery, yes.
And then the second
was,
is?
I think 12 to 14 months ago. And then the other one was Sunday involving an officer.
I understand.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Madam President.
Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a few brief questions on the mayor's recent executive orders, and without any of my opinions on it, and that's not the intention of this whatsoever, but just some brief questions, and that I think just require just some brief answers to it. Have there been calls made to 242 cops regarding questions of where ICE is operating in Albuquerque?
Madam President, Councillor Lewis, I have received a few updates from Chief Medina regarding inquiries related to ICE operations, and that we have been able to confirm that in each case we were able to confirm that they were ICE operations occurring.
Okay, and about how many of those do you know?
Madam President, Councillor Lewis, I don't know an exact number. I believe it's a handful, but I can follow up and find out.
The ballpark, about a handful or so. Okay. And what were the responses? I mean, were the responses? I mean, was there information given to those folks that called?
Madam President, Councillor Lewis, I can't speak exactly to what was said. My understanding is, based upon the discussions, is that folks have asked, identified a situation, asked if it is a ICE interaction. We've been able to then communicate with HSI to determine, based upon the address, location, whatever information we have, that they are official. It is an ICE operation and not a community kidnapping, unidentified organization in those situations.
So it's really you're confirming. I mean, someone calls and you're confirming whether it's APD's operation or another agency or specifically an ICE operation.
Madam President, Councillor Lewis, that is absolutely my understanding.
Okay. Have any city employees notified, or I guess followed the executive orders and notified? I'm assuming it'd be you all, the administration of immigration enforcement activities within city properties. I believe that's the executive order.
Madam President, Councillor Lewis, I am not aware of any employee reporting ICE activities on city property since the executive order.
And who would they report it to? They would report it to your office?
Madam President, Councilor Lewis, yes, they would, in the executive order, it specifically states the mayor's office, the city attorney, and I'm missing a department. And the OIRA steering committee. So we would report to the Office of Equity and Inclusion.
Okay, and this is for, city buildings, so I guess you could safely say, or you could say that there has not been anything reported. If there was that kind of activity within a city building, there would be employees, and because they're required to notify you, there hasn't been any notifications of that, and so I guess you could assume that there hasn't been any of that activity in city building. And again, I'm not making any conclusions, I'm just wondering.
Madam President, Councilor Lewis, my understanding is that there has been no report. Have you received any report? Neither the mayor's office nor the city attorney has received a report on city property.
And the other ordinance is about, or executive order about, I guess it'd be a requirement that that ICE agents cannot wear masks in operations. Am I getting that right? I mean, basically the mayor saying if you're operating in the city, you can't wear a mask for official operations like that. I think that's pretty much it. But do you all? How does that communicated with the federal law enforcement? Did you notify them of that, and then what was their response?
Madam President, Councilor Lewis, I do not believe that the executive order directly states that they shall not wear face coverings. It specifically states city departments shall not support secret policing tactics by ICE agents. We ask that they demonstrate, ICE and its employees should demonstrate professional behavior that is beyond reproach. I do not see a directive in here indicating that they shall not wear masks.
Okay, well, let's take that then. Did you all, how was that communicated with immigration enforcement?
Madam President, Councilor Lewis, I'd have to follow up exactly what communications we have provided beyond the executive order and making it publicly available.
So it was just the press release. It was a press release conference, and that's how that was communicated to. That's how it was communicated. There was no official letter to them saying, "Hey, if you're operating in Albuquerque, this is how we expect you to act."
Madam President, Councilor Lewis, I need to follow up and find out if this was directly written to or provided to by letter, and I can follow up with you on that.
Okay, and was there any response from them regarding that?
Madam President, Councilor Lewis, I am not aware of any response at this time.
Okay, all right, thank you, Madam President.
Councilor Grout?
Thank you, Madam President. Madam CAO Single, I have a few questions about our parks. I have, this is not the first time I've asked you questions about it. We have received a lot of emails. Most recently, there was a softball tournament at Los Altos Field, and I received several emails and phone calls about the poor conditions of our brand new facility. I've also received many phone calls and emails about the conditions of the parks in our area. And I know it's not just my district, so I know it's citywide. In the last fiscal year 25 and 26, Council appropriated over $21 million for park maintenance. Yet when I drive around our parks, it's clear that the routine tasks like mowing, weeds, control, and irrigation are not being performed. Just 4 days ago, I was at a park, and literally the grass was so long that the weeds or the seeds were getting ready to drop on the grass. It was that long. And we all have grass in our yard, and we know how long it takes to get there. So why is what's going on, and why are our parks looking so bad? It's not just me that wants to know.
Madam Chair and Councilor Grout. The parks are being addressed as they normally are. There has been an extremely wet season this year. You know, we're being regularly mowed. They address the parks with the highest need that have a lot of athletic use. Those are being addressed because they are heavier used. Over the summer, it tends to be a lot more use at a lot of parks, but continuing efforts are going on throughout the city at all of our city parks as they normally have throughout the year. And when it comes to weeds, it's been fortunately, we've had a lot of rain, but unfortunately what that does is it makes weeds grow faster. But our irrigators are continuing to be out there. Our parks crews are continuing to address each park and try and take care of as many as they can. Now, there are some parks that are higher use that aren't athletic fields that may get extra use, and they may have some areas that are higher used than other areas, which could cause some damage to the turf. But our irrigators continually are out there looking at those and addressing as needed and trying to get those to come back to life.
Thank you for that. One comment that Madam CAO Single said this earlier in comments was that you're prioritizing different areas, and so you're holding back on parks. You said that in comments. So I would like to know what kind of directives are you giving different departments to hold back on funding?
Madam President and Councilor Grout, my comment earlier is that I will be and continue to be focused on prioritizing people. That is everything from prioritizing pay when we send down the budget with an incentive or a pay increase, as well as we think about our services that are directly impacting people and services to people. It does not imply that I intend for us to cut back at the parks. I think Deputy CAO has kind of directly answered multiple questions, but I think where we are right now is that we're trying to do things like extend periods when appropriate in care, be effective and efficient around how we are doing this work. It isn't meant to be that we are not doing something, it's that we are looking at everything for efficiency. So for example, when I spoke with Director Simon about the questions, one of the things he brought up is that, related to weeds, for example, we're not using chemical herbicides in areas where there's high use by people, because when we have rain and everything going on, it causes those herbicides to then leach into the environments that children and playgrounds and others might be using. So this time of year, and I did ask this question around, what are the seasonality of what we see? This time of year, we do see lots of growth, lots of weeds growth because of the monsoons. And so we are not directing anyone to cut back. We are directing folks to manage their budgets within their budgets. And we're being very clear in those communications with departments. As you all have very clearly communicated, and I think we're all in agreement, that folks, we need to be managing our budgets and thinking about all of the highest priorities that we have and in staying within our budgets. Those are very clear and direct communications that they have had from us.
Thank you. Can you tell me how many people do you have in parks maintaining the different parks?
Madam President, Councilor Grout, I don't have that data point, but I can bring that information.
Okay, I have heard from multiple sources that you have very few people working many parks, and that's one of the reasons that we're seeing the parks in the conditions we are. This is not, every year we get to see our parks, and let me just tell you, City View Park last year was the most gorgeous park in my district. It was just lush and beautiful. It's a lovely, and it's an entire block. It's just beautiful. This year it is a complete turnaround, and it's very sad. And it's not just me asking you this. It's the neighbors that use that park. They care about that park. They get out there and they actually weed that park. They care about it. And so seeing the conditions, it's not, we all have grass in our yards. We know how grass works. We know how the rains work. And so it's just disappointing that we have such beautiful amenities for our communities to use. They love them, and then they see the conditions that they are right now. And it's disappointing. I wish that there were more people out there helping. I think I have been told that you don't have enough people maintaining them, and I think that we have spent an awful lot on those properties, those parks, and we need to be maintaining them. Also, the streets, our streets, that's very important to me. I see there is an elm tree that is growing down San Pedro, just north of Lomas, in the sewer, and it's probably 4 to 5 feet tall. And I don't think the rains that we've had this last month have made it grow 4 feet or 5 feet in 1 month. I know it because I have almond trees in my yard. I can tell you a few others, and I think that it's important that what's below the ground, it's going to stop up and it's going to cause problems. And so I bring these things forward because we've had a lot of rain and we've had a lot of flooding, and then it ends up in yards and in houses and in businesses. And so I think we should work on that a little better. Can I ask that the administration would commit to quarterly park maintenance reports detailing the budget use, staffing, and response rates?
Madam President, Councilor Grout, we'd be happy to provide quarterly reports related to the parks, and we'll work on that for you to give you that information. And I'm sorry, may I ask, you said San Pedro and where?
It's between Constitution and Lomas, and it is on the west side of the street. Either that or it's just right north of Constitution. It's one of those areas. Can't miss it.
And Madam President, I don't know if you wanted an answer, our COO, Pat Montoya, if you related to maintenance related to the sewage sewers.
That would be great.
Madam President, Councilor Grout, so I guess we would just need to take a look at the location. So sewer lines are not exposed, so if we're talking about a storm drain, then we can take a look at that. So we will address that tomorrow morning.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, I just think we need to be taking better care of our city streets, and I know that you're confined with budgets, but it's important that I had somebody come to my shop today, and he came in and he said, "Can you fix this for me?" And I said, "What happened?" And he said, "I was driving down the city street, the car in front of me was in front of him, and he went over something, it whipped up and it hit his car, and it damaged the bottom of his car. And so the bottom of the front of the bumper down there, it's come loose. It's a $1,000 deductible that he has." And he said, "Could you try to fix it?" And that's why I'm so picky about what's on the streets when I see shredded tires, because when those whip up, it does damage to cars, and that's not something that I don't think that's people's fault. That's our job as city government to take care of the streets and to keep them safe and clean and clear. And so that's why I'm so picky about that. So thank you. Thank you. That's it. And then I just have, Madam President, I just wanted to follow up. I know, crime is really plaguing our city, but I know that there are some, I have heard in my district, in the Foothills district, we have seen a decrease in many of the crime, the areas of crime. And so I want to say thank you to our APD, especially the Foothills Command. They have done a superior job. But I also want to, I've seen that a lot of the felony arrests and misdemeanors, they have done, that has increased, or the numbers, the stats are pretty, are substantial. And so my question is, how to APD, how is that, what is the difference? Does that have to do with the National Guard that's here? How are they helping? People always have those questions.
Madam President and Councillor Grout, I think, you're correct. Arrests are up and crime stats are down based upon year-over-year stats as to what we're looking at, week over week, month over month. We look at all of these stats. The National Guard has provided support that allows us to free up law enforcement officers to return to law enforcement activities. So, for example, they have provided crime scene perimeter support, accident perimeter support in those cases. It puts us in a position to return the officers that would, and PSAs that would be standing in those spots back to responding to incidents. So that is definitely part of that. I think also, and we can provide an update on this from APD, the other tactics that have been that they've been focused on related to coordinated work around warrants and felony warrant arrests have increased as a result. And I think Chief Medina, I believe in the last meeting that he was here, talked about the impact that our PR teams, our proactive response teams have had in those warrants and the warrant arrests. So we can provide additional information as well to you all as well as to the impacts.
Thank you. Thank you. That's all.
Councillor Champagne.
I'm sorry, it has to do with Councillor Grout's last question. Will you include me on that? Because I was actually on an accident on I-40 over the past week, and I was informed that the National Guard, they had 3 of them in the valley, and they were all sitting in one car. So they couldn't help close down I-40 when there was two car accident and one of them caught on fire. So, yeah.
Councillor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President, and I would love that information too. Thank you. I have a couple of questions on unrelated topic. I've been receiving emails from constituents specifically about bike safety in the Esperanza bike shop. We have now had the 3rd death. And I just had a couple of questions. Are the people that work at Esperanza Bike Shop city employees?
Madam Chair and Councillor Rogers, yes, we do have people that work there that are full-time city employees, and then there are some people who volunteer.
Thank you, Madam President. So that means we have lost 2 city employees in this area. We just had another one hit recently. And so my questions, which I need to talk to and again, this is not in my district, but I work a lot with bike ABQ, and I'm getting a flood of emails about, rightfully so. The mayor was there a week after this death happened to rename the building after the first person who was hit and killed, Chuck, who I love because that's where my daughter got her first bike from, was Chuck at Esperanza Bike Shop. And since that death, we really haven't done. I don't want to assume that we haven't done anything. So I want to ask. Well, I'm trying to self-correct here. What have we done in this specific area so that we don't have any more city employees who lose their life? Because my understanding is the issue is, and this is, I'm looking at what DMD sent to the Albuquerque Journal for their quotes about the issue, is that this is not considered a Tier 1 corridor, and that Vision Zero only focuses on Tier 1. This particular area, Carlisle and Montgomery area, is considered a Tier 3 or 4, and that other segments may be assessed based on staffing and funding allowed. And so my question is, what do we need to do? What does council need to do to appropriate the money so that we can fix the thing, the flashing yellow lights, put an actual hawk light where people have to stop at that crossing instead of just yield? Because in this story from Albuquerque Journal, APD is also talking about why they cannot charge that particular driver because of state statutes and all of the things. So can you tell me what are we doing to protect our employees who bike to work at this location?
Madam President, Councilor Rogers, there's quite a few questions in that, so I'm just wondering if it would be best if we could just get that in writing from you so that I can get the proper individuals from the department to respond.
Thank you, Madam President. Sure. I mean, I think given the fact that we've lost 2 employees, our administration should be able to say, this is what we're going to do to fix it. So if you need to get that back to me in writing, sure. My question is, what are we going to do to fix this issue with the hawk lights versus just the yield flashing yellow lights that nobody stops for? Simple fix and some signage and maybe some PSAs around what to do at hawk lights would be helpful. And then let's work together. If it's a funding thing, to Councilor, Lewis's point all the time, it's a funding issue. Let us know, because I don't want to see I don't want to see another city employee or a resident lives their life in this area when we've known like this. Now we're like, it's our fault now. Like, in my opinion, like we need to do more to fix that. So I would like to work with you offline if you need to get that information back to me. But let's fix this. This is something we can fix. We can do this.
Councilor Feeblecorn.
Thank you, Madam President. Dr. Single, just a couple questions for you, and I will wait until you're ready. Okay. I'm just wondering what the process is these days for a city councilor to get a meeting with a department director.
Madam President, Councilor Feeblecorn, I believe it's an email to the director.
Okay. So I just want to say 63 days ago today, I asked for a meeting with the chief of police, and I have not had that meeting. And I realized that you and I haven't met for even longer than that, so I couldn't ask you about it in advance. But I do think that counselors deserve the respect of getting meetings when they request one. And I would think that that would be something that the administration would be supportive of. And I would also just say that I think that direct communications with the administration is lacking, and I would also like to see that shored up a little bit as well. Thank you.
Madam President, Councilor Feeblecorn, my understanding is when the inquiry came in, Chief of Staff Michael Hernandez contacted you, and I don't know if it was the wrong person calling or if it wasn't the person you had hoped to hear from. I think he was working to call you for scheduling purposes. If that didn't occur, I'd be happy to open an investigation into him for stating that he did so.
Madam President, I did not receive that call, Dr. Single. I don't appreciate being pawned off on other folks. I specifically asked for a meeting with the chief of police. The chief of police told me he would set up a meeting, and it has been 63 days, and I expect the meeting to happen. That's all I'm saying. And if you can't help me with that, then I will continue publicly asking for it at every time. I did have questions tonight, but I see the chief of police did not show up for my questions tonight either. I'm very disappointed. I'm just disappointed that that is the way that we treat city councilors when they ask questions.
Madam President, Councilor Feeblecorn, I understand the request that you've made, and I'm sure Chief Medina will accommodate and follow through on that to meet with you.
63 days and counting.
Madam President, I only know that I followed up with Chief on this specifically based upon the discussion. He believed that they reached out for the scheduling purposes, and as he said, he will follow up and schedule now to meet with you. Tonight's, I do believe he responded to you regarding questions, wanting to make sure that if he had your questions, he would be here, someone would be here to answer them. And I just want to make sure, you know, like I took the inquiry and the information very seriously to make sure I followed up with him that he would do so.
Okay, I'm just going to say it one more time, Madam President, 63 days and counting.
Thank you, Councilor Feeblecorn. Councilor Champagne.
Thank you, Madam President. I apologize for this. I did not read my notes correctly. I have one more question, and that's why AFR is probably here. I know that 4th of July is a festive occasion. It is every year. I'm kind of curious on, I remember back that we would always be announced and say, okay, if fireworks, illegal fireworks, we're gonna be paying attention, we're gonna be out on patrol. So I'm just kind of curious on how many citations were issued during the 4th of July festivities of illegal fireworks, and as well as compared to how many calls 311 got.
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, yes, our fire marshal is here, Deputy Chief is here to talk through exactly what has occurred for the festivus month of 40 days of fireworks that occur in Albuquerque. I'm sorry, I shouldn't exaggerate, but that has been probably more like the time period that it has occurred.
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, the question you had was how many citations were written? Correct.
Yes.
For the 4th of July this year, we had 0 citations written. For this year, last year, we had 0 citations written as well.
Is that for the month of July or just for the 4th?
That's for the month of July. We have not written any citations this year for fireworks.
Do we know how many calls 311 got of illegal fireworks above 10 feet in the air?
Well, above 10 feet was not what was stated in any of the complaints, but we got 2,483 calls from 311.
How many, sir?
2,483 calls from the time period that you'd asked for earlier. I'm not sure if you got the email I sent out to your staff. You had asked for July 1st through July 7th, the amount of calls that we had and how many citations were written.
Okay. Madam President and Deputy Chief, is it Deputy Chief?
Yes.
Okay, I want to be sure to address you properly, sir. Is it my understanding that it's still illegal? Anything above 10 feet is illegal within the city limits, or?
That's how it's written. I mean, we've seen the legal fireworks that some of those go above 10 feet, but yeah, that's how it's written for the aerial shots.
And 311 got 24, almost 2,500 calls.
Yeah, a lot of those are multiple.
Okay. But AFR didn't write, did APD, do we know if APD, Madam President, do we know if APD wrote any citations? Because I know ordinance is an ordinance, we can write them as well.
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, I do not know if APD wrote any citations. As far as I know, the APD did not write any citations. During that time period, we did issue 152 cease and desist orders, and for the whole year, we issued 241.
240 for the whole year?
Cease and desist, yeah.
Okay. Just right off the bat, this kind of, what about fires? Madam President, did we get 311 calls on just like fires?
Did we get calls for fires for the fire department, is you're asking?
We didn't. Yeah.
We didn't have any significant fires, house fires, bosque fires. A lot of our patrol units for the 4th of July, we were out on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Madam President, Councilor Champagne, we were out on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th doing patrols. The entire fire marshal's office, as well as the entire plans checking division of the fire marshal's office and the ADAPT office. It's a requirement to work the 4th of July, and we worked 3rd and 4th and 5th. We were out patrolling all that time and making cease and desist orders throughout that time. We also mailed some as well.
Can you explain what a cease and desist order is?
It's a form of a jurisdiction writing out for people who are committing anything that's unlawful to stop, or other criminal citations could be issued.
And Deputy
it's basically like a warning.
And Madam President, Deputy Chief, this is because I'm sure the ordinance states that you have to be present in order to, and see the violation in order to, for the written of that violation.
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, yes, we have to physically witness someone lighting a firework in order for us to write a citation.
Madam President, so the cease and desist is basically a blanket saying we can't pinpoint who wrote or who lit the firework, but let's all stop all the illegal activity right now at this location.
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, that's correct.
Okay.
We use a lot of these times when we show up to these addresses. It's not just the addresses that we get complaints on. As you see outside, it's everywhere. So it's hard to, as you know, in law enforcement, it's hard to just, if you're en route to a call and everyone is doing the same thing, our units usually get sidetracked and try and make contact. It's extremely difficult.
Very understandable. I know. Madam President, one last question. Just so there were no significant fires caused by, obviously when the fireworks go up, they got to come down. And so there was no calls of significant fires caused or perhaps by chance of those fireworks coming down.
Madam President, Councilor Champagne, no. The only fire that we had during the 4th of July was the incident on the 2nd where the house blew up with the gentleman that's under investigation.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Deputy Chief. Thank you, Madam President.
Counselor Grout?
Thank you. I actually have an email that has the stats that you all provided me today. 2,823 calls from 311 the week before and after 4th of July. 214 cease and desist orders the week before and after July 4, and no citations. Data from 2024, 2,054 calls from 311 the week before and after 4th of July, 24, and 168 cease and desist orders, 0 citations. Data for 2023, 2,609 calls from 311, 114 cease and desist, 0 citations. I'm almost certain that it does say that you can give a citation to the homeowner.
It says that we have to physically see the firework being shot off.
At that home? At the home?
The person actually lighting the fireworks.
So it's not the homeowner. So we need to change that ordinance.
There are a lot of cities that go after civil fines for homeowners. Yes, in California, they've just started a drone program that they say they have a lot of success with, but we haven't seen the fallout from that. Exactly what.
Do the drones that we have for APD, will they work for this?
Madam President, Councilor Grau, I don't know if they would or not. I don't know how they work.
Yeah. So there was a fire in my area. The neighbors put it out. It was from one of their neighbors and would not stop lighting off those fireworks. And so there were 2 homes that were actually putting out the fires, and they did. So, and it was a big one, and I think you know what it is. But anyway, I think if I'm almost certain that we need to look at that ordinance and see what we can do to strengthen it. I think we should also work with our state legislators and see what we can do to, because we can have an ordinance in Albuquerque, but you can go out into the different county, and so that's where we should talk with our legislators and see what we can do to help us, because it's a big deal. If we don't want anybody to lose their home or our beautiful open space to go bye-bye.
Madam President, Councilor Grau, I agree. It's extremely difficult for us to do our job when you can drive 10 minutes out of the city limits and purchase illegal fireworks anywhere throughout the area. It makes it extremely difficult. It's extremely dangerous for my firefighters as well. We get threats, but we go through a lot with just the 4th of July.
Well, thank you for what you all do. I know your job is hard, but we need to see what we can do to help you do your job better.
We're willing to look at anything that we can do to make it better for us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councilors, any other questions for the administration? Councilor Rogers.
Thank you, Madam President. Sorry, I had something positive that I wanted to say, because we don't often hear that all the time. I often talk about the street sweepers in my district. I see them when they're leaving the armory to go to other neighborhoods, but never sweeping in my neighborhood. And this week along Central, last week on Monday, I noticed the street sweepers out in District 6 on Central. And it made a huge difference. So I just want to say thank you to, I know that was Solid Waste and a lot of other folks helping with that. And I know I'm always talking about the trash in my district. And I was out on Sunday the day before picking up trash myself. So I'm not against rolling up my sleeves and helping. We collected 100 bags of trash in the International District on Sunday. last Sunday before the streepers went out. And I just want to say thank you because it complemented what we did. And I think I'd like to see them more regularly. And so thank you, thank you, thank you, because it made a huge difference. And thank you also to Solid Waste. I've been asking for trash cans along Central, similar to what we have downtown on every single, and I've seen them now being installed where I think we're all the way up to Louisiana now. I also want to say thank you to Solid Waste again because we saw the block by block folks closer to my house, which I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you, because it is making a difference. I've heard from neighbors, I've gotten emails about it, and so I just wanted to say thank you and let's keep it up. Thank you.
Councilors, any other questions or comments for the administration? There being no further business, this meeting is adjourned.